alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sawadee. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zinat Mohammed, and it is my great pleasure to be your Master of Ceremony for today's opening ceremony of Thailand Halal Assembly 2022. Please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Dr. Withaya Kunsomboon, Chairman of the ceremony, His Excellency Mr. Ihsan Ovud, Secretary General of the Standard and Metrology Institute for Islamic Countries, Mr. Prasan Sijaran, Vice President of the Central Islamic Country of Thailand and Vice President of Islamic Scholar Committee of Sheikhul Islam of Thailand, Police Major General Surin Palare, Secretary General of the Central Islamic Council of Thailand, honorable guests, media friends, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Thailand Halal Assembly 2022. We would like to start off today's ceremony with the recitation of the Holy Quran, and I would like to tell you a brief history about the verses that will be recited today. Muslims have known that Al-Quran contains 6,236 ayah in 114 surah. First ayah revealed at Makkah on the night of Laylatul Qadr, which was during the last 10 nights of the holy month of Ramadan, 13 years before the Hijrah era. Then given through the messenger of Allah, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, for a period of 23 years until the last months before the passing of the messenger of Allah. In the first and last Hajj of the messenger of Allah, or Hajj al-Wada, in the field of Arafat, which falls on the 9th day of the month of Dhul Hijjah, the 10th year of Hijrah. After preaching of the farewell khutbah, while the Messenger of Allah rested under the date palm tree, together with Sahaba, Suratul Al-Ma'idah, verses 1 to 3 of the Quran was revealed. This ayah is very important because it is among the last ayah. Most importantly, the third ayah clearly mentions the importance of halal haram as follows. Prohibited to you are dead animals, blood, the flesh of swine, and that which has been dedicated to other than Allah, and those animals killed by strangling, or by violence blow, or by headlong fall, or by goring of horns, and those from which a wild animal has eaten, except that you are able to slaughter before its death, and those which are sacrificed on stone altars are prohibited to you, that you seek decisions through divining arrows, that is grave disobedience. In particular, at the end of the third ayah, Allah mentions the perfection of Islam as follows. This day, those who disbelieve have despaired of defeating your religion, so fear them not, but fear me. This day I have perfected you your religion and completed my favor upon you and have approved for you Islam as a religion. It was reported that when Uba ibn Qutbah radiyallahu anhu had heard the messenger, he wept, realizing soon that his beloved messenger of Allah would leave all Muslims. It is so true that until the 12th day of the month of Rabiul Awwal, 11th year of Hijrah, less than 3 months after the farewell of Hajj, Rasulullah passed away from his companions to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is the significance of Ayah 1 to 3, Surah Al-Ma'idah, that will be presented to you in this meeting recited by Mr. Parinya Gopitak. You are all invited to listen to these 3 great ayah of Al-Quran. Please welcome.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا أوفوا بالعقد معقود أحلت لكم بهيمة الأنعام إلا ما يتلى عليكم غير محل الصيد وأنتم حرم إن الله يحكم ما يريد يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تحلوا شعائر الله ولا الشهر الحرام ولا الهدي ولا القلائد ولا آمين البيت الحرام يبتغون فضلا من ربهم ورضوانا وإذا حللتم فاصطادوا ولا يجرمنكم شنآن قوم أن صدوكم عن المسجد الحرام أن تعتدوا وتعاونوا على البر والتقوى ولا تعاونوا على الإثم والعدوان واتقوا الله إن الله شديد العقاب حرمت عليكم الميتة والدم ولحم الخنزير حرمت عليكم الميتة والدم ولحم الخنزير وما أهل لغير الله به والمنخنقة والموقوذة والمتردية والنطيحة وما أكل السبع إلا ما ذكيتم وما ذبح على النصب وما ذبح على النصب وأن تستقسموا بالأزلام ذلكم فسق ذلكم فسق اليوم يئس الذين كفروا من دينكم فلا تخشوهم واخشون اليوم أكملت لكم دينكم وأتممت عليكم نعمتي ورضيت لكم الإسلام دينا اليوم أكملت لكم دينكم وأتممت عليكم نعمتي ورضيت لكم الإسلام دينا فمن اضطر في مخمصة غير متجانف لإثم فإن الله غفور رحيم صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parinya Gopitak, for the beautiful recitation of the Holy Quran. Next, we would like to show you a short video presentation showcasing the Thailand Halal Assembly 2022. In this year, under the theme of Soft Powering of Halal Science, Technology and Innovation, which this conference will be held for 2 days between the 15th and 16th of December at Chulalongkorn University. So let us all take a look at the video.
Thailand, a democratic nation with a constitutional monarchy, is known for its long-lasting sovereignty. It is a predominantly Buddhist nation with a vibrant Islamic tradition. The Muslim minority has played an important role in developing and administering the nation as merchant nobles. Superior authority on issues of Islam, or Sheikhul Islam, known as Kularachamantree, in Thailand, dates back more than 400 years. Today, Muslims comprise 8% of Thailand's population of 70 million and are governed by the Royal Act Concerning the Administration of Islamic Organizations, BE 2540, AD 1997. As a Muslim minority, we have faced challenges with the sophistication and advancement of technology in the halal food products industry. The concern and risk of contamination of haram ingredients are taken into by the Muslims in Thailand. Hence, to overcome this awareness, halal science, technology, and innovation are framed to play an important role and proudly express themselves as a crystal-clear Thailand diamond halal.
Halal is an Arabic word. It means allow. Some people think that halal it means food. No, it's not food. It's anything. It allows for Muslim to eat, to consume, to behave, to use, or even service. I am Associate Professor Dr. Vinay Dahlan. I'm the founding director of the Halal Science Center at Chulalongkorn University. For the current world, it's a secular world. I think the halal science try to connect between the religion with the science and technology. This is the way we work. We better consider that science technology is better fit to the belief and ethic of the religion, and we try to find products and services to fit for their way of life. We call it halal science. We use science and technology to back up the halal food industry in the country. In the year 2003, altogether the value of export from Thailand is 247 million US dollar. Then after the establishment of the Halal Science Center, the value is increased to 6.1 billion US dollar. The export of the halal food products from Thailand is increased enormously. From our Halal Science Center, we develop innovation. We develop a standardization system. We call it HALKIL. How to implement the standard in the factory for appropriately produce halal food. And we develop also the first ever information that we call H number, halal number. Then it facilitates the industry to select appropriately the ingredient, the chemicals to use in the factory. We already implement our system in 724 food factories. We help some countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh, South Africa, Netherlands. We help also Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia for analyzing the sample that they send to us. And also we develop detergent for cleansing the plants. This kind of product that we produce in our Halal Science Institute, finally we can export. In Islam, there is an Arabic word that said, "Fas'alu ala zikri in kuntum la ta'lamun." If you don't know, ask the one who know. To know about the science and technique for producing halal food, it's quite rare for the people to know. It's comprised of many technology, many knowledges, especially for the Islamic belief. That become our responsibility to produce the personnel or the people who know. We try to create their curriculum in university in order to produce halal scientists. It's never existed before. Halal is not only for Muslim. Many proportion of non-Muslim accept halal because they feel that this is a safe product. We can help the industry to develop new products for halal market to improve the quality of the halal products. We are ready to assist the halal industry and also the academic institution. You are all welcome to Chulalongkorn University Halal Science Center.
I hope the short video presentation have given you more insights on what we do here at the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University. And we hope to share more of that throughout our two-day conference here at Thailand Halal Assembly 2022 through various activities, including the 15th Halal Science Industry Business, International Halal Science and Technology Conference, the Halal CB Convention, International Halal Standard and Certification Convention, academic presentation, and many more. Now I would like to invite on stage Police Major General Surin Balare, Secretary General of the Islamic Council of Thailand, to please deliver a welcoming remark.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. กับเรียนท่านประธานศรีเจริญผู้แทนจุฬารัฐมนตรีมิสเตอร์ฮัสซันเลขาธิการสถาบันมาตรฐานและมาตรวิทยาสำหรับประเทศมุสลิมรองศาสตราจารย์เภสัชกรดร.วิทยากุลสมบูรณ์ผู้แทนอธิการบดีจุฬาลงกรณ์มหาวิทยาลัยในฐานะประธานเปิดงานรองศาสตราจารย์ดร.วินัยดารันประธานจัดงานรองศาสตราจารย์ดร.ปากรปริยากรประธานสถาบันมาตรฐานฮาลาลแห่งประเทศไทยคณะกรรมการกลางอิสลามแห่งประเทศไทยคณะกรรมการอิสลามประจำจังหวัดผู้แทนขององค์กรรับรองฮาลาลประเทศต่างๆผู้แทนหน่วยงานภาครัฐภาคเอกชนตลอดจนแขกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านครับก็วันนี้ก็รู้สึกยินดีเป็นอย่างยิ่งครับพอดีดร.จรัญนะครับดร.อารีหลายๆคนที่มีบทบาทในสังคมมุสลิมได้มาในที่นี้ด้วยนะครับผมพลตำรวจตรีสุรินทร์บรรลเล่เลขาธิการคณะกรรมการกลางอิสลามแห่งประเทศไทยซึ่งเป็นหน่วยเจ้าภาพหลักร่วมจัดงานฮาลาล Thailand Halal Assembly 2022 ในครั้งนี้ขอต้อนรับแขกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านที่ร่วมงานการจัดงานฮาลาล Thailand Halal Assembly ซึ่งเป็นการร่วมงานด้านฮาลาลซึ่งแสดงให้เห็นถึงบทบาทการทำงานร่วมกันระหว่างภาคองค์กรศาสนาอิสลามสถาบันการศึกษาหน่วยงานภาครัฐภาคเอกชนในการผลักดันให้ฮาลาลของประเทศไทยข้ามไปสู่ระดับสากลอีกทั้งยังเป็นการกระตุ้นและฟื้นฟูเศรษฐกิจการท่องเที่ยวในประเทศหลังจากวิกฤตสถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดครั้งยิ่งใหญ่ของโรคโควิด -19 ครับงานในปีนี้ขึ้นภายในแนวคิดในเรื่อง Soft Powering of Halal Science Technology and Innovation ซึ่งหรือพลังละมุนของวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมฮาลาลที่มีส่วนสนับสนุนกิจการฮาลาลสร้างความเชื่อมั่นให้กับสินค้าและบริการฮาลาลของประเทศไทยซึ่งในงานนี้ได้มีการจัดนิทรรศการด้านซอฟต์พาวเวอร์เพื่อแสดงให้ผู้แทนของทั่วโลกได้รับรู้ถึงความก้าวหน้าของงานด้านฮาลาลของประเทศไทยอีกทั้งยังมีการประชุมวิชาการนานาชาติว่าด้วยมาตรฐานฮาลาล ให้มีผู้แทนขององค์กรรับรองฮาลาลจากต่างประเทศเข้าร่วมประชุมแลกเปลี่ยนความคิดเห็นและการประชุมวิชาการนานาชาติด้านวิทยาศาสตร์และเทคโนโลยีฮาลาลที่ถือว่าเป็นการยอมรับอย่างสูงในปัจจุบันในโอกาสนี้ผมขอขอบคุณท่านประธานในพิธีในฐานะผู้แทนอธิการบดีจุฬาลงกรณ์มหาวิทยาลัยขอขอบคุณหน่วยงานทั้งภาครัฐภาคเอกชนและองค์กรศาสนาที่ได้สนับสนุนอย่างแข็งขันและการดำเนินกิจการด้านฮาลาลของประเทศไทยขอขอบคุณแขกผู้มีเกียรติที่มีส่วนสนับสนุนในกิจการของฮาลาลแอสเซมบลีในครั้งนี้ก็ขอขอบคุณครับอัสสลามุอะลัยกุมวะเราะมะตุลลอฮิวะบะเราะกาตุฮ์
Thank you very much, Major General Sarin Balare, Secretary General of the Central Islamic Council of Thailand, for such a warm welcoming speech. Next, I would like to invite on stage His Excellency Ihsan Ovud, Secretary General, the Standard and Metrology Institute for the Islamic Country, to bless our event with a congratulatory remark. Please welcome.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Police Major General Surian Palarao, Secretary General of Central Islamic Council of Thailand, SAICOT. Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Vinay Dahlan, Founding Director of Halal Science Center, Chairman of the Organizing Committee of Halal Thailand Assembly 2022. Associate Professor Dr. Vithaya Kunsombon, Director of the Second Century Fund, Chulalongkorn University, and Vice President of the Sheikhul Islam. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's indeed a privilege for me to address you in this important conference, which is organized within the Thailand Halal Assembly 2022. I wish to congratulate Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, Halal Standard Institute of Thailand, and SAICOT for organizing such a big event, serving a major platform for interaction, offering various opportunities for halal industry. Every year we have witnessed how this assembly has grown and gained its place as one of the most prestigious events in the world, and I'm also proud since it's organized by Thailand, which is an observer of CIMIC, showing great attention and contribution to our activities. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer for the excellent arrangement, and hope we will have stimulating conferences with productive outcomes. Distinguished guests, this year's theme is soft powering of the halal science, technology, and innovation. With this special focus is given to the merging of hard power on halal with spiritual values and transforming it to the soft power. I would like to add that halalness is combination of technology and Islamic rules. It's like a puzzle that we cannot miss neither fiqh rules nor technical aspects in determining halal. So halal is a strategic use of both hard and soft power, which is what we call smart power. Despite having a Muslim minority population and mosaic of diversity of culture, Thailand, with its halal science, technology, and innovation initiatives, is one of the best examples in this regard. It's also very encouraging to see the Thailand's government plays an active role by developing several key strategies to further strengthen the country's halal industry, promoting competitiveness, increasing capability in halal certification, and upgrading research and development. The establishment of the Central Islamic Council of the Thailand Cycot and Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, clearly illustrates that the government's determination for success of Thailand Diamond Halal. Brothers and sisters, we all know that the world is not the same as it was 10 years ago, and even every year we witness remarkable developments that are challenging to keep up with in order to better respond to this advancement. United Nations declared its Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and we see that philosophy of halal and tayyiban has a lot in the common with the SDGs for being the equivalence of the goodness, pureness, and upholding responsible production processes, as well as thanks to its comprehensive nature, encouraging inclusive economic development and create economic security, greater and better employment prospects, and improvement of the environments for sustainable society well-being. Today we are witnessing that the halal industry has become an integral part of the OIC countries' economies. Halal is now an entire ecosystem of interactive communities made up of various types of the industry's stakeholders along with their physical environments, and has a capacity of contribution of the economy. And this ecosystem needs professionally developed standards to protect its integrity, and that all OIC countries could benefit from. So I attach great importance to the organization of these conferences, enabling us to explain ourselves and as well as listening different perspectives from all around the world. In particular, it's my hope that conference will provide a platform for all of us to draw upon our collective wisdom, experience, ideas, proposals, and deliberations to strengthen our presence in the global halal industry. As esteemed participants, as Allah Almighty advised us in Surah Al-Baqarah 95th ayah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, وَأَحْسَنُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ يُحِبُّ الْمُحْسِنِينَ, and do good, for Allah certainly loves the good doers. We should be constantly following our compass, working hard, and collaborate for the positive result of our joint effort. Please always remember, we can only be successful through commitment, through cooperation, and doing our job in a professional manner, following the best experience. I thank for your attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Ihsan Ovud, Secretary General, the Standard and Metrology Institute for Islamic Countries, for the congratulatory remark. Now I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Vinay Dahlan, Founding Director, the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, and the Head of the Organizing Committee of Thailand Halal Assembly 2022, to please deliver report notes. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala arafil nabiyah wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, Mr. Prasan Sricharan, representative of Mr. Aziz Pitakumpon, Sheikh al-Islam of Thailand, Professor Dr. Vithaya Kunsomboon, representative of the President of Chulalongkorn University, Mr. Ihsan Owood, Secretary General of the Standard and Methodology Institute for Islamic Countries, or CIMIC. Police Major General Surin Palare, Secretary General of the Central Islamic Council of Thailand. Professor Dr. Din Shamsuddin, former chairman of Muhammadiyah Global Organization from Indonesia. Distinguished member of the Central Islamic Council of Thailand, distinguished member of the Provincial Islamic Committee, distinguished representatives of Halal certification organizations from all over the world, distinguished representatives of public and private agencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me first and foremost to take the liberty of introducing myself as chairman of this Assembly Organizing Committee. My name is Vinay Dahlan, the founding director of the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University. I would also like to extend my warmest welcome to all of you, our dear and prominent delegates to Thailand Halal Assembly 2022. Let me start by giving you an overview of the background and the objectives of this year's assembly as follows. Thailand Halal Assembly 2022 has reached its 9th year of inception, the first of which took place in December 2014 at the Grand Central Hotel of Bangkok, where His Excellency General Prayut Chan-o-cha, the current Prime Minister, kindly presided over its opening ceremony. The Assembly, which is international both in form and in substance, aimed to showcase Thailand's significant progress and achievement in her halal development effort through decades. In fact, the Assembly is a happy outcome of the success of HSC, an acronym for Halal Science, Industry and Business, organized by the Halal Science Center to provide a platform for international academics to exchange views and best practices on halal science and technology. The first HSC took off in 2008 in Krabi, a southern province of Thailand, followed by successive HSC sessions which alternated among the southern provinces on an annual basis. However, in 2013, at HSC's 6th annual session, the venue was relocated, first time to Bangkok. The year after the 7th HSC marked an important milestone when the Halal Science Center joined hands with the Central Islamic Council of Thailand and the Halal Standard Institute of Thailand to elevate HSC to take the form of Thailand Halal Assembly in 2014, with our Prime Minister honorable presence as alluded. Many historical milestones for Thailand Halal activities happened throughout Assembly event. The private visit of the Secretary General of CIMIC, Mr. Ihsan Owood, to the scientific laboratory of the Halal Science Center at Chulalongkorn University during his last night in Bangkok in 2016, before leaving for Istanbul, was so impressive and unforgettable. Thailand was finally accepted to be a member of CIMIC, which was officially inaugurated on the first day of the year of 2017. I have to express here in this hall our deep gratitude to everlasting support of Secretary General of CMIC, Mr. Yasan Owood, to our beloved country. Actually, Thailand Halal Assembly has its primary aim to provide a platform that combines all halal-related activities in one place. Particularly, this year's assembly is structured in three main parts. Firstly, the International Halal Science and Technology Conference, or ISATEC 2022, which is an international academic forum on halal science and technology. Secondly, the 15th Halal Science Industry and Business Conference, or HAZIB, an annual forum for halal business circles and industrialists. I also wish to highlight here that this year, HAZIB attracted more than 30 experts on halal industry, Thai and foreign alike. Researches and findings as published in conference proceedings and various renowned academic journals at the international level were presented, including an academic competition, either through poster or an oral presentation. Thirdly, the 8th International Halal Standards and Certification Convention, ISAC in short, a joint collaboration with the Secretary General of Halal Academic Standard Committee under CMIC. ISAC is a specific venue for international halal experts to exchange views and experiences on halal certification and accreditation practices. This year's assembly is captured under the theme, Soft Powering of Halal Science, Technology and Innovation. As we all know, science, technology and innovation is a key success factor in the making of the quality product as much as it is to any activity with distinct physical appearance. They can be simply called as the hard power. But when it is integrated with halalness, it is then transformed into the soft power by virtue of halal spiritual purity, yielding back amazingly symbolic value to that product or activity. In addition to that, by inserting a sense of Thainess into this soft power, it is transcended into Thailand Diamond Halal in its full dignity, as we hope to see in the very near future. I also wish at this junction, in this lecture, to invite you to view the academic exhibition under this concept during the course of this assembly. In essence, Halal for Thailand is considered as soft power of its kind that help boost consumer confidence in Thailand Halal goods and services. I also wish to highlight that pride and appreciation that Thailand Halal affairs have been well supported by successive Thai government during the past years. This support is crucial in empowering Thailand Halal effort and progress as much as it is indicative of Thailand's unwavering commitment and determination in furthering our goals, promoting our halal business and services with a view to enabling Thailand Halal development path to fulfill its desirable goals. Without any further ado, the opening ceremony of this year's event of Thailand Halal Assembly would be the right time. May I invite the representative of our Honorable President of Chulalongkorn University, Professor Dr. Vithaya Kulasamboon, to give us the honor of officially opening Thailand Halal Assembly 2022. I thank you for your kind attention and wish you all a pleasant stay in Thailand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Vinay Dahlan, Chairman of the Organizing Committee of Thailand Halal Assembly 2022, for such an insightful report. Now I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Withaya Kunsomboon, the Director of Second Century Fund, Chulalongkorn University, C2F, Chairman of the ceremony, to please deliver the inauguration address for Thailand Halal Assembly 2022.
Representative of His Excellency Mr. Asit Pitak Kumpon, Mr. Prasan Sricharan, His Excellency Secretary General of SISMIC, Mr. Isan Owut, His Excellency Secretary General of Central Islamic Council Thailand, Police Major General Surin Palale, Associate Professor Dr. Vinay Dahlan, Organizing Chairman, Associate Professor Dr. Prakon Priyakon, Director of Halal Standard Institute of Thailand, Distinguished Islamic Committee of Central Islamic Council of Thailand, Distinguished Provincial Islamic Committee, Distinguished Representative of Halal Certification Bodies of Foreign Countries, Distinguished Representative of Public and Private Organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Chulalongkorn University, it is indeed an honor to have the opportunity to preside over for the opening ceremony of Thailand Halal Assembly 2022, and would like to congratulate on the success of the 9th Thailand Halal Assembly today, which is covering academic conference on International Halal Science and Technology 2022, the 15th Halal Science Industry and Business International Conference with experts and speakers locally and international attending. There are as well presentation of research for proceedings and publications in international academic journal. Thailand Halal Assembly is thus considered as a showcase of Halal Thailand potential internationally. If you have visited the Thailand Halal Assembly every year, you can see a gigantic progress every year, and this year is one of the showcase that we are recognized to have in Chulalongkorn University. The event of this year is not only academic conference, but also the industry meeting and also for the standardization. So this year, the organizing committee developed the concept of soft powering of halal science, technology, and innovation. So it's very important to bridge the soft power and the science and technology, so it synergizes these two powers for the halal community. So Thailand will push this soft power and science and technology with the innovation. With the Chulalongkorn University right now, we are trying to bridge science, technology to the innovation and make it commercialized to the public. So the halal science is one of our spearhead that not only Chulalongkorn University but also Thailand to build confidence in the product. Specifically is the Thailand halal product and service, leading and driving the community and economy to create good image of our country, which I greatly appreciate that this will go to the gigantic success. And on behalf of Chulalongkorn University, I believe that and commit that this is truly support the operation of a Halal Science Center in all dimensions to create competitiveness in the world market. On this special occasion, I would like to wish Halal Assembly 2022, organized today, successful in all respects. I am confident that Thailand Halal Assembly will be continuing to grow and develop. I would love to join with all dignitaries in this room, offer moral support to the organizing committee in developing halal work in Thailand to be the top level in the world. Now, it is about time that I would like to take this opportunity to officially open Thailand Halal Assembly 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Withaya Kunsomboon, Chairman of the ceremony, for your invaluable inauguration address. May I ask you to kindly remain on stage, please? Whilst we set up the stage for the official opening ceremony, I would like to remind you again about the activities that will be happening during these two conferences day. There will be the 15th Halal Science Industry Business, International Halal Science and Technology Conference, the Halal CB Convention, the International Halal Standard Certification Convention, and many academic presentations in front of the hall, which you can refer to the schedule in the handbook, which is given to you for more activities throughout today and also tomorrow. Thailand Halal Assembly 2022 will take place between the 15th and 16th of December 2022 at Chulalongkorn University. Now, may I please invite on stage His Excellency Ihsan Ovud, Secretary General, the Standard and Metrology Institute for Islamic Countries, Police Major General Surin Balare, Secretary General of the Central Islamic Council of Thailand, Associate Professor Dr. Vinay Dahlan, Founding Director of the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, and Head of the Organizing Committee of Thailand Halal Assembly 2022, and also Mr. Prasan Sijaran, Vice President of the Central Islamic Council of Thailand and Vice President of Islamic Scholar Committee of Sheikhul Islam of Thailand on stage, please. Now, if we are ready, we will start counting down from 5 together to the official opening ceremony. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A big round of applause for the official opening of Thailand Halal Assembly 2022 under the theme of soft powering of halal science, technology and innovation. Now would be the time for the press and media to take pictures. So, distinguished guests, please remain where you are. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Prasan Sijaran, Vice President of the Central Islamic Council of Thailand and Vice President of Islamic Scholar Committee of Sheikhul Islam of Thailand, to lead the prayer for success of this event. Bear with us while we set up the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وبعد سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم قال الله سبحانه وتعالى في كتابه الكريم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كلوا من طيبات ما رزقناكم واشكروا لله إن كنتم إياه تعبدون وقال عليه الصلاة والسلام إن الحلال بين والحرام بين وبينهما أمور مشتبهات صدق الله العظيم وصدق رسوله الكريمขอคารวะแด่ท่านสุรินทร์ปาลาเร่เลขาธิการคณะกรรมการกลางอิสลามแห่งประเทศไทยท่านดร.วินัยดาลันท่านดร.วิทยาผู้แทนจากจุฬาลงกรณ์มหาวิทยาลัยท่านดร.ยะซานท่านดร.ประกรณ์ปิยากรท่านดร.ชัมสุดดีนและบรรดาอุลามะบรรดานักวิชาการและท่านผู้มีเกียรติที่เคารพรักทั้งหลายผมในนามของท่านจุฬาราชมนตรีอาจารย์อาซิซพิทักษ์คุมพลได้รับมอบหมายให้มาแสดงความสนับสนุนกิจกรรมที่เกี่ยวข้องกับศาสนาอิสลามและฝากสลามมาถึงทุกท่านนะครับเป็นสลามเป็นการทักทายของชาวสวรรค์เป็นการทักทายของผู้ที่หวังดีต่อสังคมนั่นก็คืออัสสลามุอะลัยกุมวะเราะห์มะตุลลอฮ์วะบะเราะกาตุฮ์อยากจะเรียนก่อนที่จะได้ร่วมกันขอพรสำหรับในวาระนี้ที่เกี่ยวข้องกับเรื่องของฮาลาลเรื่องฮาลาลนั้นเป็นมิใช่เพียงแต่เรื่องอาหารอย่างเดียวแต่ว่าในทุกมิติของสังคมของมุสลิมนั้นจะต้องดำเนินไปภายใต้คำว่าฮาลาลหลายคนเข้าใจแต่เพียงว่าฮาลาลนั้นเรื่องอาหารอย่างเดียวเปล่าเลยครับฟีกุลิลมาจาลาตในทุกมิติไม่ว่าจะเรื่องเศรษฐกิจเรื่องการเป็นอยู่นะครับแม้แต่เรื่องการเมืองก็ตามล้วนแล้วแต่จะต้องอยู่ภายใต้คำว่าฮาลาลในหะดีษที่ผมได้อัญเชิญไปเมื่อสักครู่นี้เขาบอกว่าอินนัลฮาลาลบายินุนฮาลาลนั้นชัดเจนวัลฮารอมบายินุนนะครับวะบัยนะฮุมาอุมูรุมุชบิฮาตประเด็นก็คือว่าระหว่างฮาลาลกับฮารอมเนี่ยนี่คือเป็นสิ่งซึ่งที่มีความสำคัญเป็นอย่างยิ่งและต้องอาศัยองค์กรทั้งหลายเพราะเรื่องฮาลาลนั้นชัดเจนนะครับไม่มีข้อโต้แย้งเรื่องฮารอมก็ชัดเจนไม่มีข้อโต้แย้งแต่ว่าสิ่งที่มันคลุมเครืออยู่ตรงนี้เราต้องอาศัยหน่วยงานที่จะต้องทำหน้าที่คืออาศัยมุจตะฮิดที่จะต้องอิจติฮาดว่ามันชัดเจนยังไงเวลานี้มันเกิดคลุมเครือดังนั้นองค์กรเรื่องของศูนย์วิทยาศาสตร์ฮาลาลของจุฬาลงกรณ์จึงเป็นศูนย์ที่จะทำหน้าที่ในการวินิจฉัยเพื่อส่งต่อไปยังจุฬาราชมนตรีแล้วก็มีคณะกรรมการผู้ทรงคุณวุฒิในการทำหน้าที่หลังจากได้ข้อมูลจากศูนย์วิทยาศาสตร์แล้วนะครับแล้วก็ส่งไปให้กรรมการกลางอิสลามในประเทศไทยเพื่อที่จะประกาศให้กับคนในประเทศไทยนะครับ10 ล้านคนและคนทั่วโลกนะครับอีก 2,000 กว่าล้านคนได้รับประทานอาหารที่ถูกต้องตามหลักการของศาสนาและถ้าหากว่าในประเทศไทยไม่มีองค์กรเหล่านี้เลยบาปทั้งหมดครับคน10 ล้านคนจะต้องถือว่ามีโทษทั้งหมดดังนั้นส่วนสำคัญขององค์กรในประเทศไทยนะครับเรามีพระราชบัญญัติบริหารองค์กรศาสนาอิสลามและที่สำคัญที่สุดก็คือว่าในยุคปัจจุบันนั้น มีหน่วยงานทางวิทยาศาสตร์ เช่นศูนย์วิทยาศาสตร์นี้ได้รับการร่วมมือได้รับการสนับสนุนจากจุฬาลงกรณ์มหาวิทยาลัยซึ่งตรงนี้ไม่ได้ถ้าไม่มีศูนย์ตรงนี้นะครับไม่สามารถที่จะวินิจฉัยระหว่างกลางระหว่างฮาลาลก็คือได้ระหว่างฮารอมก็คือว่าไม่ได้ระหว่างตรงนี้มันเกิดการคลุมเครือดังนั้นศูนย์วิทยาศาสตร์จึงได้ช่วยสนับสนุนทำให้ฟัรดูกิฟายะก็หมายความว่าความจำเป็นโดยมวลชนถ้าทำคนหนึ่งทำบางส่วนก็ถือว่าพ้นภาระแล้วดังนั้นศูนย์วิทยาศาสตร์กรรมการกลางอิสลามแห่งประเทศไทยและจุฬาราชมนตรีมีส่วนตรงนี้จึงถือว่าการมาในวันนี้เพื่อต้องการที่จะยกระดับฮาลาลไม่ใช่ฮาลาลอย่างเดียวจะต้องเป็นฮาลาลันตอยยีบานะครับฮาลาลันตอยบาคือฮาลาลซึ่งที่มีความปลอดภัยผมขอในนามของท่านจุฬาราชมนตรีอวยพรให้งานครั้งนี้และกิจกรรมที่เกี่ยวข้องกับเรื่องฮาลาลนั้นได้เป็นไปตามหลักการของศาสนาอย่างแท้จริงเพราะอะไรครับเพราะท่านนบีศ็อลลัลลอฮุอะลัยฮิวะซัลลัมกล่าวว่าวะมันวะกออะฟีมุชบิฮาตฟะกอดวะกออะฟิลฮารอมถ้าหากว่าเราไม่ให้เกิดความชัดเจนเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของความคลุมเครือนี้ก็คือตกอยู่ในสิ่งต้องห้ามเช่นเดียวกันนะครับวะบิลลาฮิตตอฟิกวัลฮิดายะฮ์วะสลามุอะลัยกุมวะเราะห์มะตุลลอฮิวะบะเราะกาตุฮ์อัลฟาติฮะบิสมิลลาฮิรเราะห์มานิรเราะฮีมอัลฮัมดุลิลลาฮิร็อบบิลอาลามีนอัรเราะห์มานิรเราะฮีมมาลิกิยอมิดดีนอิยยากะนะอ์บุดุวะอิยยากะนัสตะอีนอิหดินัสศิรอตัลมุสตะกีมศิรอตัลลซีนะอันอัมตะอะลัยฮิมฆอยริลมัฆฎูบิอะลัยฮิมวะลัฎฎอลลีนอามีนอินนาฟะตะห์นาละกะฟัตฮัมมุบีนานัศรุมมินัลลอฮ์วะฟัตฮุนกอรีบยาค็อยรัลฟาติฮีนอิฟตะห์حفلنا هذا بالخير والتوفيق الموافقة واجعله حفلا خالصا من شوائب الرياء والتكبر والسمعة ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار اللهم تقبل منا ما كان صالحا وأصلح لنا ما كان فاسدا يا من أصلحنا ويا من أنبه الغافلين أنبينا ويا من تاب المسلمين تب علينا توبة ترضيك عنا يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم بارك لنا وبارك لهذا الحفل والحاضرين والغائبين والمعلمين والعاملين فيه يا أرحم الراحمين وصلى الله على رسول محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prasan Sijaran, Vice President of the Central Islamic Council of Thailand and Vice President of the Islamic Scholar Committee of Sheikhul Islam of Thailand. I would like to ask everyone to remain on stage for a moment to receive a token of appreciation from Associate Professor Dr. Vinay Dahlan, Head of the Organizing Committee of Thailand Halal Assembly 2022. On behalf of the Organizing Committee, I would like to deeply thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Witaya Gulsomboon, Chairman of the ceremony. Police Major General Surin Balare, Secretary General of the Central Islamic Council of Thailand. His Excellency Ihsan Ovud, Secretary General, the Standards and Metrology Institute for the Islamic Countries. And Mr. Prasan Sijaran, Representative of Sheikhul Islam of Thailand. On this occasion, I would still like everyone to remain on stage, and I would like to invite all honorable guests seated at the front row to join us on the stage for a photo session. mouth of the camera. Now I would like to invite honorable guests on the front row to join us on stage for the photo session. There are cameras in the middle of the hall. Please smile for the camera. Thank you very much. Now I would like for the 5 main guests to remain on stage while I invite government official representative to join us for the photo. I would like to invite government official representative to also come and join us on stage for the photo session. Thank you very much. Lastly, I would like to invite speakers of this assembly to come and join us for the photo. the camera. Thank you very much, honorable guests. We have now come to the end of the opening ceremony of the 9th Academic Conference on Halal, Thailand Halal Assembly 2022. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank you, all of you again, for joining us this morning. Now, we would like to pause the activities on stage for a moment, and we will return at 11 o'clock. We will start off the program with the International Halal Science and Technology Conference, the 15th Halal Science Industry and Business Conference, with the highlight being the keynote speech of Soft Powering of Halal Science, Technology and Innovation. Thank you and see you again soon.ค่ะท่านผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านสามารถออกไปรับอาหารเบรกได้ทางด้านหน้านะคะแล้วกลับมาเจอกันกับคอนเฟอเรนซ์อันแรกนะคะเวลา 11 นาฬิกาตรงที่ห้องนี้ค่ะ
ช็คทดสอบ1 2 3 4
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the conference. And we will begin shortly, so please be seated and kindly turn off your handphone to silent mode throughout the conference. Thank you very much for your cooperation. First of all, I would like to inform you of this morning's program. It will be the International Halal Science and Technology Conference, the 15th Halal Science Industry Business Conference. The keynote speech will be on soft powering of halal science, technology, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Professor Muhammad Umair Arshad, our moderator for this session. Professor Muhammad is an expertise in regulation related to health claims and food labeling, and he will be the moderator for this morning. Please welcome.
Hello. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri. Uqdatum min lisani wa yafqahu qawli. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all on this first session, our technical session of this Halal conference, and it is soft powering of Halal science, technology, and innovation. And everybody knows that Halal business is improving day by day. Already, only Muslim countries, they have the potential, and in the latest report of the Dubai Islamic Development Center, they have shown that in the Muslim countries, the Muslims have consumed about $1.3 trillion food in 2017, and it is expected to go beyond $2 trillion in the coming years in 2023. Secondly, non-Muslim the communities are also attracting towards this business and towards the consumption of this hygienic and safe food. So we have a potential in the future, but the basic reason and basic issue is to have authenticity and integrity of our supply chain, particularly in case of the halal food. This conference is on the very idea of this integrity to implement some of the soft technologies and some of the future artificial intelligence-based innovations in this particular field of halal. And I appreciate the organizers for conducting this conference and in particularly this session. And in future, if we'll have the kind of Internet of Things, you know, it's a very famous and buzzword. So if we can introduce the Internet of Things properly in our halal supply chain, because that can increase the potential of halal business throughout the globe, not only in the Muslim, but also in the non-Muslim communities. So again, appreciable. And today in our session, we have very kind gentlemen. Both of them are the leading halal scientists and halal workers in the global era. And the first of them is Professor Dr. Pekron Priokon. Dr. Priokon is director of the Halal Standard Institute of Thailand. Please welcome him. Dr. Priokon is the president of National Political Reform Committee. He's a professor of public administration and has vast expertise in the project management. And he is also the former dean of the Graduate School of Public Administration in National Institute of Development Administration. Professor is associate professor. He is also representative of Thailand at the Standards and Metrology Institute of Islamic Countries, SAMIC. And he is an academician, researcher, and specialized in the field of strategic management. His vast experience in this particular topic of forwarding the halal economy towards the next level through the soft powering is of interest. And today he is going to present us on the soft power, the consideration of significant dimensions in the global society. So over to Professor Priokon.
Thank you very much, moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. As Associate Professor Dr. Vinay Dahlan, Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Excellency Mr. Ihsan Owood, Secretary General of the Standards and Methodology Institute for Islamic Country or SEMIC, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure and privilege to be the first keynote on this year Thailand Halal Assembly 2022. My presentation will focus on the soft power, the consideration of significant dimensions in dynamic world. Of course, everyone knows that at the moment, the term soft power has been very popular among different countries. So we have to understand exactly what is soft power. So to begin with, I'm going to give you definition of soft power and then going into the original three pillars of soft power. But at the moment, the movement of soft power seems to be very diverse in so many countries. So the new dimension of soft power in the dynamic world has been a lot of dimension at the moment. I will give you two case studies on the soft power ranking. The first one is done by University of Southern California Center of Diplomacies and their counterparts. They try to use the so-called soft power 30. And the second one is the movement of Brand Finance Consulting Group. They are trying to rank the Global Soft Power Index. First of all, I would like to go back to what is the original meaning of soft power. Thanks to Professor Joseph Nye from Harvard University, he coined the term soft power in his 1990 book called Bound to Lead, The Changing Nature of American Power. In his book, he wrote, when one country get other countries to want what it wants, might be called co-optive or soft power, in contrast with the hard or command power of ordering others to do what it wants. Professor Nye believes that soft power is the ability to obtain preferred outcomes by attraction rather than coercion or payment. In simple terms, then we should co-opt people rather than coerce them. Professor Nye also considered that there is an alternative method of foreign policy for states to win the support of others, rather than the traditional hard power method, which involve using military and economic means as the primary method of achieving its goal. Power is not simply the ability or right to control people or things, but it is also the possession of influence over others and the ability to act for produce and effects. He insisted that the soft power mechanism is the ability to convert states rather than coerce them, or simply get others to want what you want, which is achieved by proving your shared values and norms. This is very important nowadays, I think. So soft power, in his view, Professor Nye used the term three pillars of soft powers. The first one is political value, the second one is culture, and the third one is foreign policy. Basically, within these three categories, the individual sources of soft powering are manifold and very. In my view, I think Joseph Nye's three pillars of soft power created the new paradigm of the so-called public democracies or public diplomacies nowadays. The description of three pillars you can see in this slide. In the first pillar, political values, this description is the description of this particular pillar is liberal democratic ideas, international global reputations, constitutionalism, political goodwills, the international status of political leaders, the transitional process, and national struggle history, domestic policy, values of human rights, equality of people. In the second pillar, which is called attractive culture, including the following description: popular culture in literature, art, music, entertainment, education, tourism, hospitality, media, global sport competition, iconic university, religious harmony, and education for all. On the third pillar, foreign policy, the main description are immigration, peace diplomacies, environmental technology, the influx of multinational corporations, poverty alleviation, bilateral and multilateral treaties, good neighborness, provision of public goods, post-conflict reconstruction, foreign aid, debt relief, and amnesty. That was the pillar during the time of 1990. In fact, Professor Nye used to be a political advisor to Bill Clinton during that time. But nowadays, there are the new dimension of soft power. The first case I use the work of University of Southern California Center of Diplomacy, together with Portland Consulting Group and Facebook. These people initiated the new concept and categorization of soft power beginning in 2015, 7 years ago. Joseph Nye is one of the key contributors to the group. There are 6 components of soft power that influence the attraction and persuasion, namely, the first one is education for all. The second is engagement. The third, government with governance focus. The fourth is science, technology, and digital development. The fifth, culture, influence. And the sixth one is enterprise performance. Again, in terms of definition of the 6 components, you can see from this slide. For education for all, the specific definition are the level of human capital in a country, contribution to scholarship, and attentiveness to international students. In terms of engagement, the specific definition are the strength of countries' diplomatic network and its contribution on global engagement and development. The next one, government and governance, is the definition are commitment to freedom, human rights, and democracies, the quality of political institutions, and people participation. He mentioned about science, technology, and digitization. That means a country's science, technology, and digital infrastructure, and its capability in digital diplomacy. On this particular point, I think it is very, really useful for us today, because Dr. Vinay will give another keynote on this particular component. In terms of culture influence, the specific definition are the global reach and appeal of nations' cultural output, both pop culture and high culture. About enterprise performance, the specific definition are the attractiveness of a country's economic model, business friendliness, and capacity for innovation. Apart from that, the new concept of soft power of this group, also the polling categories, which means conduct survey research each year by considering the following dimension. The first one is cuisine or gastronomy. The second one is technological products. The third one is friendliness of people. The fourth one, cultural development. The fifth one, luxury goods innovation. And the sixth one, foreign policy creation. The seven categories are livable city, which means access to services and facility like water, power, communication, transport, healthcare, and education provides choices in people live. Then they rank the number since the year 2015. But I want to show the latest one in 2019. You can see from this ranking, they use 30 soft power 30. So ranking only 30 countries, right? The first one is France, and the 30th is Russia. You can see in this slide, most of the top ranks are in European countries. But in this part of the world, we have Japan ranked number 8, South Korea ranked number 19, Singapore ranked number 21st, right? And China ranked number 27. For Mr. Ehsan's old country, Turkey ranked number 29. Right. Let's go to, in terms of Asia soft power in 2019. They categorized into top 10 in Asian country, in Asia countries. The first rank is Japan. The second one is South Korea. Singapore came at the third. China is at the fourth. Taiwan is at the fifth. Thailand ranked number 6. Malaysia number 7. India number 8. Indonesia ranked number 9. And the Philippines ranked number 10. Now let us look into another study done by Brand Finance Consulting Group. This is this is called Soft Power Index. There are 11 key dimensions that form the Soft Power Index, which can be grouped into 3 categories. The first one called Soft Power KPI. They have 3 dimensions. The second one is soft power pillars. They have 7 dimensions. And the third one is the impact of COVID-19. This group considering COVID-19 because they started to rank the soft power index during that time. So looking into the index dimension of soft power, there are 3 soft power KPIs. The first one is familiarity, the second one is reputation, and the third one called influence. In terms of familiarity, they look into hygiene factors. If people know more about your country, its talent, businesses, and resources, then soft power is enhanced. About reputation, they look into a nation to be attractive and role model for others. Its overall reputation must be strong and positive, especially the dynamic development of science, technology, and digital infrastructure. In terms of influence, they consider a direct measure of the perceived presence and impact that your country has in other countries. In terms of soft power pillar, there are 7 dimensions. The first dimension is business and trade, which consider economy, business, brands, taxation, trade, investment, infrastructure, and future growth. The second one is government and governance. Of course, it's about rule of law, human rights, crime rate, security, constitution, and political elite. The next one is international relations. They consider diplomacy's policy, international organization, conflict resolution, international aid, and climate action. You have to see that in terms of climate change, seems to be very, very important one in this sense. Next one is culture and heritage, including fine arts, food, film, fashion, literature, music, sport, and gaming. You can see that if you follow the World Cup 2022, at the moment, this Qatar seems to be very, very successful in terms of creating the sport and game in this particular culture and heritage, of course. The next one is media and communication. Consider the traditional media, the new social media, marketing policy of the countries, and social engagement of the people. The next pillar is quite important, in fact, in my view, that is education and science. They try to look into the quality of higher education, science, technology, research and development, innovation, digital infrastructure, and standards and methodology. The last one is people and values. Of course, it's concerned with human development, national values, civic action, social integration, trust, and people participation. Apart from that, they consider the third one, COVID-19 impact. For the 2021 index, the consideration of COVID-19 huge impact on all nations, including their reputation and international influence. Hence, include that in the index model are 3 measures that assess perception of how nations have responded to the crisis. I will show the Global Soft Power Index. In fact, they have altogether 120 ranking, but I will show only around 50 or 60 of them. This is in 2020. Then the index in 2021, you can see that from this one, Thailand ranked number 33rd, right? In the year 2021, soft power top 10, including Germany, Japan, United Kingdom, Canada, Switzerland, United States, France, China, Sweden, and Australia. Right. For the 2022, this just coming out around last month. So in this sense, you can see that in this slide, you can see that the United States coming up at the first rank. Thailand is at 35, right? 35th, yes. So about the status of soft power in Thailand, Thailand is currently the 35th out of 120 countries in the soft power index done by Brand Finance 2022. Thailand is an interesting multicultural country with great food, travel, and outstanding services. The entertainment and media industry is strong, creative, and constantly evolving. The industry in Thailand with the best brand image are banking, finance, and telecommunication. The government at the moment just used 5F push for first is food, second is film, the third is fashion, the fourth is fighting, and the fifth is festival. This being cultural benefits that can suit the current era and assess social group, enabling Thailand to effectively implement soft power to create a multi-dimensional future. By the way, in my view, there still be a lot of things to do, a lot of things to accelerate in the future. Talking about soft powering of future Thailand, significantly, as mentioned earlier, the soft powering of a country is based on people's ability to achieve positive outcomes by attracting and persuading others to adopt their goals. Absolutely, the development of human capital in science, technology, innovation, and digital infrastructure is the most important dimension for creating soft power rising in Thailand. Therefore, the investment in these fields, in my view, must be continually improved, increased, and developed all the time. Thinking about soft power as a strong national brand, I think a strong national brand and positive soft power perceptions allow a nation to promote itself as a place of people to visit, invest in, and build reputation for the quality of goods and services. It also allows country to rise in the esteem of its neighbors, market its resources, and compose the face in presence in the international stage. A strong national brand and soft power can deliver better outcomes at home. Primarily, it encourages domestic tourism, the consumption of domestic goods and services rather than import. It also makes people feel better about their country. The benefits are extensive for both the nation and its citizens, domestically and internationally. With this, I would like to end my presentation by considering this light. Dr. Paul Temporal, who is the CEO of Brand Finance, who produced the Global Soft Power Index 2022, said, despite the fact that soft power has measurable value, many countries still use it in reacting way, responding tactically, not strategically, to urgent political challenges. By doing so, they fail to take the opportunity to develop long-term soft power plans like to a nation brand strategy. That's all I want to end my presentation. If you want to get my slide, you will feel to do it, right, by asking from our staff here. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pacon. It was a wonderful presentation on the soft power and the role of intelligence in the future, particularly from a political, cultural, and policy point of view. He was discussing the soft power index and how the countries are standing in the global level. And congratulations that Thailand is improving in this global index. And particularly, he mentioned that science, technology, and innovation and digital infrastructure is the most important dimension for this soft power economy. And we are going through the next presentation, which is obviously dealing with that innovation, in particular to the halal sector. And I am very proudly announcing that our next keynote speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Vinay Dalan. He is founding director in the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. And he is such a wonderful person. Everybody knows him, but I have to introduce him a little bit about today's presentation. Dr. Vinay is he has already, his institution was awarded twice the government's Public Sector Excellence Awards, particularly on Halal Q for halal standardization and E-numbers for the industry's database. He won several international and national awards and received the medals of honoring, including the King's Dushdi Mala Medal of Outstanding Expertise in Sciences in 2018. He has been selected by the Jordan's Royal Islamic Strategies Study Center as one of the 500 most influential Muslims from the last 14 consecutive years. And he has a lot of publications and research focused on this particular topic of halal, and I am proudly announcing the Professor Dr. Vinay. He is going to present us about the soft powering of halal science, technology, and innovation. Professor Vinay, please.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala alafin nabiyah wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Further, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me a very good opportunity to give a presentation on this stage. Mr. Ihsan Ovud, Professor Din Samshuddin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My topic today is about the soft powering of halal science, technology, and innovation. Dr. Pakon Priyakon already mentioned about the role of the soft powering. I think this is very interesting for this year, or even in many few years after that. We better understand the meaning of the soft power, because Thailand going to play a role for the soft powering. I think this is very powerful for the economy and social of the country to move to the future. First thing, I would like to explain about the meaning of Islamic science and halal science. Many years ago, when I present about the halal science in South Africa, I got a question from a professor from Saudi Arabia. What is halal science? Because they understand about the Islamic science, Arab science, but nobody mentioned about the halal science. And if we look at the definition that mentioned in somewhere, Islamic science is a set of traditionally defined religious science. We can find Islamic science in many universities. And relate to the Sharia, relate to the Islamic scholar, aim at the construction and interpretation of Islamic religious knowledges. For the Arabic science, when we mention, is the science and technology, but developed by Arabic speaking people 1,000 years ago. Some people said it's disappeared. All in the current world is pity. But for the halal science, since it's a coin, this word in Chulalongkorn University, and then we try to find a definition for that. We think that this is the knowledge in field of science and technology in accordance with Sharia, for the provision of output, which non-conflict to Islamic principles. This is very important. I will give some example for that. The second, all the time when we mention about the halal side, many people think narrow about the laboratory assessment. That not all. And then we said that this is a biochemical or chemical knowledge of how to detecting, eliminating, controlling haram substances for authentication and accreditation of halalness of product and services. Time to time they focus on the laboratory. When we discuss about the halal science, many people think about the laboratory. It's not. It's much wider than that. It's all field of science and technology. But we have to go to the way that nothing conflict to the Islamic belief, especially for the Sharia. Halal science, technology, and innovation as soft power. Professor Dr. Pakon mentioned already about the soft power, its ability to attract the desire of others willingly without any perceived coercion, as it is a human nature to respond more positively and openly to something when one does not feel any force nor pressure on them. I think we try in Thailand to find the good way to produce soft power. And then we feel for the moment that after COVID-19 nowadays, the soft power of Thailand is quite popular in the global prospect. In this presentation, we try to focus on halal science, technology, and innovation. And then we try to demonstrate under several tools of halal developed by Halal Science Center. I will focus only by the role of Halal Science Center at Chulalongkorn University. We will find that we try to use science technology, especially when we connect it with the halal, in order to uplift the quality of the halal product and services from Thailand. But in very near future, we focus for the halal innovation that we're gonna explain to you and try to show some example that we perform in our Halal Science Center in Chulalongkorn University. The Halal Science Center, this is initiated by myself in the year 1994, long time ago, more than 20 years ago. At that time, trying to work for the Muslim consumer protection, I used only one single scientific equipment at the Faculty of Allied Health Science at that time. But after, 10 years after, in the year 2003, the government have the cabinet resolution on August 13 for the establishment of the Halal Science Laboratory in the Faculty of Allied Health Science, Chulalongkorn University. At that time, I was the dean of the faculty. And the year after, the university have also the resolution for the university to establish the Halal Science Center under university. And then it's behave like an institution under Chulalongkorn University. This is aimed for promoting the country quality and image of halal product and services that Thailand expect to export. And then we hope that finally we can find the good rank for the halal export to the world. We got award from many organizations or even from other country. For example, this is the best award in halal industry that I myself received from the Prime Minister of Malaysia in the year of 2006. In that journal of the Halal Journal of Malaysia, it's mentioned that the Halal Science Center at Chulalongkorn University was the first halal science institution in the world. We never claimed, and we never realized that. It's mentioned in the journal. And we also got many awards, international and national. For example, I received the very high medal from the King in the year 2006 or 2008. And from the Prime Minister of Malaysia, this is about the halal standardization system. And again, halal standardization received the highest award from the Office of the Government in the year 2013. And in the year 2020, we received award for the H number. And I myself mentioned that I was named one of the 500 most influential Muslims in the world for 14 consecutive years, from 2010 to 2023 or next year. I would like to focus on the Halal Science Center at Chulalongkorn University. We already now have 4 offices in Bangkok. You are welcome to visit our 2,000 square meters of laboratory just behind this building. You cross a small street And then you go to the Halal Science Center. We will have our officer to welcome you to visit the Halal Science Center to see the equipment state of the art that the government provide and the university also provide to our center. This is the something we call HAFO lab. We already have the office in Pattani in the south of Thailand, established in the year 2009. This is they have people there working more than 15. This is the office and also the coordination center for IMTGT, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand Triangle. And we also have the office for digital technology in Chiang Mai, in the north of Thailand, established in the year 2012. This is, you'll find some symposium organized by Dr. Paradon, the director of the center in Chiang Mai, together with his team. And recently, just during this year, we opened the new office in Nakhon Nayok. We have the land, and also we organized to have the farm, organic farm, with the technology of the precision technology. This is developed by our team from Chiang Mai together with the team from Pattani and Bangkok. We have the place, and then we will have some guests to visit the place on Saturday. If you like to visit, then tell us, you can join. Okay, I will show the role of science and technology for improving the quality of the halal products and services throughout. This is only for food manufacturing process. Throughout the supply chain, sometimes we call value chain. From the beginning, the preparation of the raw materials until to the hand of the consumer, you find the role of the science technology, for example, for the innovation of halal feed, for the replacement for masbouh ingredients. Sometimes we found something in doubt, whether we can use it, then we reject and try to find the replacement. This is the role. Drafting the halal standard. Then you find here the halal standard. This is just a paper. The standard is just a paper. Mentioned about how to organize to have the genuine halal products. But the paper, the problem is how the people practice for implementing this document in the factory. This is the question. Then we have the halal standardization. This is more important. For the halal standardization, you'll find they must start from the beginning to the end. Then we have to play from the beginning to the end. This is the role for the halal scientists to help ulama. We work like in the operation room. The scientists consider themselves as the nurse. The ulama is the physician. Then the duty of the scientist just to give the right tool to the ulama. This is the way we work. Then this is the halal standardization, is the process of implementing technical standard in practical way for producing food cosmetic and other kind of the product. You see, this is the way we work for halal sign. And then I will give you, this is a we developed in Halal Science Center since the year of 2004. Then you'll find this is the halal standardization system that we call HALQ, stand for Halal Assurance Liability Quality System. This is for multiply for 6 man-day. It means that we spend 3 months or time to time. Now we can shorten to 2 months. But at the beginning, at the first year, we have to spend 2 years. Now we can shorten into 2 months. This is our progress. And from the year 2004 to 2021, we already implement the system in 17 factories, covering 154,448 employees. This is a huge project. Yeah. And we got award from this HALQ standardization. We got award HALQ from Prime Minister Malaysia 2006, from Thai government in 2013, and for the H number we got from the Thai government in 2020, as I mentioned. You see from the first phase, this is a document preparation. This you have to give and explain, to give a knowledge to the worker in the factory about the understanding of the preparation, and we prepare for questionnaire, material, mechanism, and monetary system. Explain to them. And this is for the first phase. And the second phase, we give a presentation in class for the training. Sharia practice for hazard. Physical, biological, chemical, and very important, haram. Haram. And then after we go to the factory in practice, then we have to find, eliminate, and quarantine the haram, critical control point. By using H number, this is they have the 2 critical control, animal-based critical control and haram. All together, they have to go hand in hand. We use a H number book. I will explain to you how to produce H number. And we use laboratory. We have more than 200 pieces of state-of-the-art scientific equipment. You can visit our laboratory. And we develop the soap. It's not really soap, it's clay, 8 kind of clay. We can finally produce, this is for najis cleansing. Yeah. And finally, we go to the last phase. This is the audit for the evaluation, Sharia, scientific approval, and exam. And then the factory is ready for accreditation by Central Islamic Council of Thailand. Our work have done. The next step is have the responsibility of Central Islamic Council of Thailand. This is a halal science laboratory. We call it HAFO lab. It's ISO IC 12025 2017, the year of the 2017, accredited for all labs that we provide the service. Not only one lab, for DNA, for chemical, for alcohol, for fatty acid. They already accredited for ISO IC 2025. And we also have the ISO for 9001, 2008. We already have done the analysis for nearly 200,000. We provide the service, you see, 2,000 square meters of lab and 185. We have all Muslim scientists. Luckily, we have in the past one non-Muslim scientist. We are okay, that's very good, because some people come to us whether we are non-Muslim, we can work here at the Halal Science Center. I said yes. Unluckily, within 3 months, she came to me and asked to be Muslim, convert. Then finally we don't have, we don't no more non-Muslim scientists. They all became the Muslim scientists. We already have done the analysis for 188,731 sample. This is the big work for from 2024 to this year. And then this is some of the equipment we have, and also the service that we provide. This is the atmosphere. You may envy me, surrounded by beautiful ladies. This is during 2 years, we developed many techniques, especially for the DNA. This is the technique for multiplex haram animal analysis. This is the next generation multiplex. For example, about the high resolution melting analysis, ion torrent personnel genome matching PGM. This is very good technique, very good technique compared to real-time PCR. This is much better, but it's so complicated, not very easy to use. And then we just developed the strip test for nucleic acid lateral flow. And then this is also for the real-time PCR, digital doublet PCR, DD-PCR, and LCQ trap, MSMS. I think many of us are scientists, and then may be so interested to visit, or even if you're a scientist, you're welcome to have some training at the Halal Science Center here. And recently in October, 2 scientists from the Halal Science Center sent for CMIC 2022 training course of DNA advanced analysis to 30 African scientists from 13 countries at Uganda University. Just this one, Dr. Hamida and Miss, you may show yourself. Together, they are both. They were sent by CMIC, as the representative of CMIC, for giving a training in Uganda. That is mean that we love to be something like a laboratory center, providing services to all Muslim countries. Okay, come back to the soft power. The good sample for the soft power for us is the plant-based food. They mentioned many times about the plant-based diet as the green economy. Green economy that we all know that aim for sustainable development by reducing environmental risk and ecological scarcity, and that aim without degrading the environment, it means that if nothing affect to the environment. If we finally choose from meat and other animal product to plant-based, it means that we can reduce carbon footprint. This is very important. Can reduce carbon footprint and mitigate climate change, as well as improving human health. This is very important. That's why many scientists all over the globe try to develop plant-based diet. And plant-based diet sometimes it can be considered as the halal. Then we try to use our technology that we develop here for the plant-based. And then plant-based food is the good example for green economy. This is the answer. But many people confuse that plant-based diet is vegan. Some people think plant-based diet is halal. It's not. And we going to prove. Vegan diet, is eliminate all animal-based ingredient off. But some people may know, if we like to have the plant-based diet, it means that we still have the behavior of the animal-based consumer. We consume, and we still fix in the taste of the animal. It means that finally we try to find the ingredient, the right ingredient to add and make the plant food to have some characteristics similar to the animal. Many animal-based found in plant-based diet. We have to consider that sometimes we can find gelatin, whey, casein, natural flavor, carmine. This is all from animal-based. They come from animal-based. And we never realize because we cannot find with our naked eye. Very important. And Halal Science Center found 186 number ingredients employ porcine enzyme. During their preparation, I will show the example. Does plant-based diet properly contain animal-based ingredient? And we try to find the solution. We raise the problem. But as a scientist, we have to find the solution. And we offer H number as a right answer for genuine halal and vegan product. This is the way how to develop the H number. I will have all slides here, and you can find in our program. I will give to and provide to all of you after. You find all raw material regularly used in the halal food manufacturing process in Thailand, only in Thailand. We have 320 ingredients among 348 that we use in the food factory in Thailand. We finally decided to check 320 ingredients. This is, if it's halal, okay, use it. If it's haram, try to find the replacement and have its H number. And this is the way finally we can find 116 mashbuh, and we have to separate. If finally have a certification from Islamic organization, I mean the trusted, then we have to find the review literature to ensure whether it's halal, is real halal or not halal. If there is no halal, finally we have to find, normally we use our HAFO laboratory analysis in our Halal Science Center here. And this finally, you see, 188,731 analysis that finally we how to explain to the ulama to understand science, technology in ingredient step by step. The first ingredient we spent 3 hours. Genuine halal or vegan. This is the answer for the food industry, for the H number. This is a good example. It's happened in Indonesia in the year 2001. It's about the taste enhancer. The taste enhancer, disodium INS 631. This is a disodium inositate. It produced from tapioca by bacterial fermentation. They use broth solution enriched with the protein from soybean, all halal. But for hydrolyzing this protein, they use porcine pancreatic enzyme. That's the point. That's the point. But during the process, they have the massive increasing first. Also, they have the chemical structure transformed. You see, normal enzyme. Can we consider is istilah or Islamic organization or ulama to explain to them? But finally, even the ulama fatwa that this is halal due to the concept of istilah or istihala. The point is that the consumer not accept. And it gives the opportunity for the halal scientists to work. Finally, after they realized that this is a big problem for the Muslim community, they said, there's another way, much cheaper, by using bacteria. Now they have a chymozyme. You see, they develop even cheaper, and the people in the factory. And we found not only eating some kind of product from that enzyme. You see. Another just happened is about this is halal matter in for thoracic economy. This is for vaccine, COVID-19 vaccine. The problem is happened in Indonesia and also in Thailand. Just during this year and last year. You see, this is a COVID, and finally we have the vaccine. Vaccine, the ulama, the Fatwa Council of UAE, together with Singapore and other countries, fatwa, this is darurah. Even it's produced by haram, it's darurah, it's essential. We have to use it for protecting our life. Darurah. But for the process, they use enzyme or plant or bovine, then we have to consider whether the trypsin it comes from the halal source. Anyway, and they use, for example, finally if they use porcine, they have the massive aqueous cleansing process together with chemical structure transforming. The problem halal scientists have to answer and explain to ulama whether it's istilah or istihala. We have to explain. You see, But finally, the consumer not accept. Even we try to explain, the consumer is not accept. This is the opportunity for halal scientists to work closely together with ulama to solve the problem. And finally, we discussed with some physicians, they said, no more porcine enzyme, no more porcine trypsin. But we must have the people to discuss with the ulama. Fasalu ala zikri'in kuntum la ta'lamun. If you don't know, ask the one who know. The point, who is the knower? The society have to produce the knower for giving the answer to the ulama. That's the halal scientists. And then this is an algorithmic design that we work in the Halal Science Center. Okay, if we would like to produce H number, we design. This is the way, I will not explain. And this is a halal platform. Then you will discuss with Dr. Paradon, he's here. Yeah, many programs developed by our Chiang Mai office. This is for the halal standardization by HALQ. And the second is halal certification by Central Islamic Council of Thailand. But after, as mentioned in slide of Dr. Pakon Priyakon, very important, digitization. Digitization or digitalization, as you may say. Here, digitization. Then finally we have the halal certification. Then we digitalization. And we develop the program for that. We have the Sphere platform. Sphere stands for the System Protocol for Halal Electronic Resource Exchange. Then we connect all stakeholders here in this sphere. And finally produce and also have the work closely with the business incubator of halal product. And finally it go to this way. This is a Thailand Halal, Thailand Diamond Halal. This is a cabinet resolution on the year 2015, proposed by the Halal Science Center together with the Halal Standard Institute of Thailand and the Central Islamic Council of Thailand. We work closely together among three organizations. And the cabinet resolution also on HAL Plus. HAL Plus is the digitized form of HALQ. And finally, we offer for the second S-curve, for the second S-curve. For the government, it's about the Diamond Halal blockchain. Cabinet resolution on September 10, 2019. This is, we have the cabinet resolution for developing halal blockchain. Then now we are working, and we working closely with some private company in Malaysia, also in Indonesia, to develop this. We need the collaboration. We need the collaboration because we have a 10 company, 10 plant, 10 manufacturer is not enough. It's not enough. We need plenty of the collaboration. Then finally, this is we going to making a brand, halal mark, and this is halal science technology for as a soft power. And now we are developing. We just discussed with the people from the Ministry of Tourism of Thailand. We developed already halal route. Very important. The most important is the consumer, the user. Finally, we have the program how to give to the consumer to use. This is the platform that we developed, and we hope it will be finished. Okay. I will show. This is a very good example we just received 2 days ago. Award. The Honorable Mention Award. During APEC 2022 Summit in Bangkok, you may have heard about that. They have the contest they call APEC Future Food for Sustainability. And Halal Science Center sent one team for the competition. You see, this is a plant-based egg fast, holy. You see this. This is the team from the Halal Science Center. She's my daughter. Yeah. Daughter, her husband. They work together. Yeah. And produce plant-based product and go to the contest. 2018 teams. They select only 21 teams, and we pass to that final group. And finally, just announced that we won among 21 last group. For 1 minute, this is our office, new office in Nakhon Nayok, Muhammadiyah Foundation. We have a Muhammadiyah Foundation there. This is for R&D, for halal innovation, and also the school for introducing knowledge to the community. There are several representatives of our community here. We have the piece of land and another land donated by private sector, not so far from here. To us, we're going to have the farm for organic and plant-based diet production. Never forget, tonight we're going to have cruise trip. Don't forget to bring your clothes warm enough. This is December. It's a cold weather, and also it's windy. Hope that you all are going to be enjoy the trip during tonight dinner. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Vinay. And he was talking about the current status of Halal Science Center, what they are doing particularly to innovate the halal science in different terms, including HAL-Q, Halal H numbers, and particularly that book. I have also gone through that book that's on my table, the Halal numbers, H numbers. So the contribution of this university and Halal Science Centers are already commendable, and that after you will achieve this this new setup you have shown, that in which you will the Halal Center will have a big database for the Muslim countries and the non-Muslim as well, and to support the vegan people as well for their real authenticity through their halal research. And finally, the role of science will provide a base towards the Sharia, help us out and cooperate with each other to advance this halal research in the globe. And thank you so much, Professor Vinay, Professor Pekron, and finally the holy egg story you have seen, and we will have more holy foods in the future from this Halal Science Center. So thank you so much everybody for listening us today. Thank you.
To invite Mr. Ihsan Ovud, Secretary General of Standard and Metrology Institute for Islamic Country, to please provide our moderator and speaker with a certificate of thank. Next, Assistant Professor and Associate Professor Dr. Pragon Piyakon. Thank you very much, Mr. Ihsan Ovud. I would like to thank you all participants for joining us in this session, and I would like to remind you to please scan your QR code behind your name tag for the evaluation of this session. Next, we will have a lunch break until 30.อาหารกลางวันนะคะจะอยู่ที่ชั้น 20 นะคะแขกผู้มีเกียรติสามารถกดลิฟต์ขึ้นไปทางชั้น 20 ได้เลยค่ะส่วนห้องละหมาดนะคะจะอยู่ที่ห้อง 804 และ 805 ค่ะ Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second session of today's conference. It will be under the topic of innovative halal products that steer the future. Now I would like to introduce to you our moderator for this session, Mr. Mohammed Zubaidi, Director of the Certification, Polish Institute of Halal, Poland. A brief history of Mr. Mohammed. He is currently undertaking a PhD in Food Science and Technology at the University of Warsaw of Environment and Life Science in Poland. Please welcome Mr. Mohammed on stage.
Thank you, sister, for the opportunity. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mohammed Zubaidi, Director of Certification, Polish Institute of Halal in Poland, one of the largest halal certification body in Poland. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizer. I know how much work involved to organize such a great event. I'm so grateful to be here, not only because of the event is so fantastic, but also we got distinguished speakers in our session today. We'll talk and discuss about innovative halal product that steer the future. Before we going further, I would like to give you an overview about the importance of the innovation in halal products. If you look at the global halal food market, it's over $2 trillion US, and it grows over 6% annually, which is very attractive for every food manufacturer. Therefore, the halal player is not only by Muslims, but also non-Muslims. Therefore, the risk of contamination is getting higher and higher. As a consequence, we need to adapt with a technology of tracing technology, monitoring technology, to be able to adapt, to be able to identify trace amount of contamination of non-halal material. Additionally, development of raw material that they are used to be non-halal, such as gelatin or enzyme, it's very important to ensure the halal to the consumers. Without further ado, I would like first to invite our speakers today that will talk about halal gelatin nanoparticles for food and pharmaceutical application, Professor Dr. Irwandi Jaswir. Welcome to the stage, Professor. He is a laureate of King Faisal International Prize in 2018 in category Service to Islam. He is also a professor and head at the International Islamic University, Malaysia. He is also world-class scientist with H index 28. Please welcome. The floor is yours, Professor.
Bismillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Moderator. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of Thailand Halal Assembly 2022 for kindly inviting me to present part of my research at International Institute for Halal Research and Training, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Today, the topic that I would like to share with all of us today, entitled Halal Gelatin Nanoparticles for Food and Pharmaceutical Applications. If we look at statistics, not only for food, but also for cosmetics and pharmaceuticals, we will see that most of the OIC countries, Muslim majority countries, are net importers of halal products, meaning that halal food, halal cosmetics, halal pharmaceuticals, which supposed to belong our business, we rely on non-Muslim majority countries. For example, for halal food, OIC countries import about $200 billion a year. And my country, Indonesia, is one of the top consumers of these products. Similarly, for pharmaceuticals, OIC countries import 39 billion. And the top 5 countries among them are Indonesia again. And cosmetics, OIC countries import about 13 billion US dollar a year. So this is shown to us that even though halal industry growth very rapidly lately, but we are not the real key players of this. Some of the halal material are imported from non-Muslim majority countries. 2 years ago, I published this book in Indonesia and written in Bahasa Indonesia, Indonesian language. These are among the halal material that our country, Indonesia, still import a lot. The quantity a lot, and we spend a lot of money to import this, while actually the country got potential to be explored and to produce this. Among the ingredients, halal ingredients that we import are gelatin, flavors, oleoresins, seasonings, enzyme, food colorants, antioxidants, emulsifier, anti-foaming agent, anti-caking agent, humectant, and glazing agent. And this will trigger us that there is a lot of room for improvement in our halal industry to produce halal materials. Gelatin is one of them. We know that about 90% of gelatin worldwide in the world market are sourced from non-halal sources. This is one of the studies that we conducted in one of Middle East countries in 2017, published in 2017, and study conducted in 2015. Using PCR analysis, we identified in that country, after we extract gelatin from the market, from product available in the market, and then we extracted the DNA, we found that about 18% of DNA in those products are sourced from porcine, or we call it porcine DNA, meaning that 18% of the snacks product for children in that country are not halal. And gelatin is one of the critical ones. We conducted a lot of trainings and workshops related to gelatin. And not only for food, it's also used for pharmaceutical and cosmetic. For example, for hard capsule, 65% of the material must be gelatin. It's also used for tablets as a binding, moisturizing, and coating agent, for cough drops, excellent stabilizer and emulsifier for most of pharmaceutical emulsion. This is one of the studies that my student conducted in Malaysia when we identified dental materials. Some of them use bovine gelatin and some of them porcine gelatin. And we use a PCR, RT-PCR, to identify the halalness of the materials. And for this reason, I believe that gelatin research is still important, even it is very, very critical. Our university, our research institute has conducted more than 10 projects related to gelatin. Among them is the latest one. We produce halal alternative gelatin in collaboration with University of Indonesia in Jakarta to produce a halal capsule. And now it's already, we got the patent. In Malaysia, we conducted a study of more than 30 30 species of fish. And then we produce a fish gelatin nanoparticle. This is one of that we're going to discuss today. And then encapsulation of bioactive peptide using gelatin nanoparticles. And then we produce a production of plant-based gelatin replacer, development of portable device for rapid authentication of non-halal gelatin, and then the termination of gelatin in dental materials, camel gelatin project. This is under National Plan for Research Innovation with King Saud University, and then seaweed project as alternative. This is some of the picture of the pilot plant of gelatin and derivative in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, when we look at the report from IPO, International Patent Office, these are 10 science and technology enablers in the future. Future means 30 to 50 years ahead. And one of them is nanoscience or nanotechnology. 5 or 6 of them related to IT, including blockchains, data science, etc. And then biotechnology as well, and neurotechnology. With regard to nanotechnology, in our university, we just completed few research related to gelatin nanoparticles. There are 4 PhD theses submitted last year, and then from our laboratory. And then this is some data that I would like to share with all of you today. Current sources of gelatin and need for alternative. Fish gelatin is only 1.5%. However, with the technology used and then various type of products available in the market, now fish gelatin can be used in wider form, especially the product that doesn't need in the solid form. For example, for supplement in liquid form. And then fish byproduct is 7.3 million ton a year. And the use of fish waste as a cheap source. And this is the reason, ethical and religious obligations, especially for halal. And then halal source of gelatin as opposed to bovine and pig source. And another reason why we conducted the study is that tilapia fish is widely available in Malaysia. This some study that have been done related to fish gelatin before. And then why nanoparticles? Because nano encapsulation is now a trend in industry for food, supplement, cosmetic, and also pharmaceutical. Nano encapsulation is a coating of various substances within another at various nano size, normally from 10 to 100, but sometimes extended to 1,000 nanometer. And the type is nanosphere and nanocapsule. And the benefit of encapsulation is that to protect the bioactive compound, the compound that we would like to protect from the certain products. And then targeted delivery and time release, we can program it. And then reduce particle size, better efficiency. And this is the advantage and disadvantage of fish gelatin nanoparticles. Advantage among them are mild acid treatment, high stability, and no aggregations. While disadvantage, of course, viscous liquid at room temperature. And this is the back draw of the gelatin in general, fish gelatin in general. This is how we prepare the fish gelatin nanoparticle. First, from fish gelatin solution, we produce a constant stirring, and then fish gelatin aggregates, and after that, fish gelatin nanoparticle stirring after overnight. Yeah, we call this we use a glutaraldehyde addition. And then for optimization, there are 4 steps that we conducted. extraction of the gelatin, and then production of nanoparticle. Then we load bioactive peptide with gelatin nanoparticle. After that, we characterize the gelatin nanoparticle with loaded bioactive peptide inside. And this is, after that, we identify the effect of the nanoparticle into digestive system using the gastrointestinal assay. And then for cytotoxicity assay, we use a cell culture, cell addition assay, and in vitro cell viability. Because some people said nanoparticle might be harmful to our body because the mechanism of the absorption is still not really clear. And then for optimization study, we use a glutaraldehyde variable as a pH, for example, and then amount of bioactive peptide. And this is the gelatin yield nanoparticle production. We obtain 10 gram per 100 gram, or the gelatin yield is 10%. And the gelatin nanoparticle, we use it to coagulate or to encapsulate bioactive peptide that we derive from sunflower. And this is the optimization study of nanoparticle production. The size is around 100 nanometer. And then for optimization study, we use a computer software to get the optimum condition for the encapsulation. And this is a cellular effect of body digestion in gastrointestinal tract. After that, we do the simulation from the result gastrointestinal. The increase in absorbance suggests the breakdown of nanoparticle releasing the encapsulated bioactive peptide, meaning that from the protein content, GNP before digestion is 0.068, and then after pepsin digestion, become 0.1464, and then after pancreatin digestion, 0.277 milligram per milliliter. And we use this nanoparticle, bioactive encapsulated with nanoparticle, and then we add into yogurt products. Why yogurt? Because yogurt is quite familiar, quite widely used by people, widely consumed by people. And then bioactive peptide that we use from sunflower, actually it can increase our health status, because bioactive peptide that we use is mostly antioxidant. And no major changes, so this is very, very important finding from our study. No major changes were noticed for the physical or chemical properties after we introduce gelatin nanoparticle into the products. Meaning that our product now, our yogurt now is with more antioxidant capacity. And also for cytotoxicity result, this shows that no harmfulness. The level that we use is still within the safe level. Toxicity of this nanoparticle was sufficiently low on human fibroblasts, since no decrease in cell viability was observed in cells interacting with gelatin nanoparticles. And it was observed from cell addition experiment that gelatin nanoparticles did not affect the addition of cells, meaning that it is safe for human consumption. And then another application for gelatin nanoparticle that we produce is to encapsulate salicylic acid. We know that salicylic acid is a bioactive compound that is used mostly in skin disease. And this is some of the result. Scanning electron microscopy, SEM, we can see that here the size of the encapsulation, around 100 nanometer here. And then this is AFM, atomic force microscope. And lastly, this is the transmission electron microscopy that showed to us that how this nanoparticle gelatin from halal gelatin nanoparticle can be applied in food and also in pharmaceutical application. With that, before I end my presentation, I would like to invite all of us here. You may submit your manuscript, your article related to halal to our journal, IJ Halal or ORG, International Journal of Halal Research. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Thank you, Professor Irwani Jaswir, for the interesting and comprehensive talk about halal gelatin nanoparticle. I will go to moving forward to the next speakers. Professor Dr. Ahmed Yusuf, he is a head at the Packaging Material Department, National Research Center in Egypt. He is among the top 2% scientists around the world. He will deliver his speech particularly in improvement the traceability in packaging material. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee to invite me to attend Halal Thailand 2022. Today, my presentation about packaging material for preserving halal fish chicken breast fillet based on cinnamon nano emulsion and titanium dioxide nanoparticles. My outlines: first, introduction, aim of work, material and methods, result and discussion and conclusion. Introduction, definition of packaging. Packaging is the science, art, technology of clothing or protecting products for distribution and storage, sale and use. Packaging also refers to the process of designing, evaluating, as well as producing packages. Food packaging requires also longer shelf life, along with the monitoring of safety and quality based upon international standards. Packaging is an essential part of food products to ensure delivery of food to final consumers in the suitable condition suggested for its usage. To confirm safety of food products throughout their shelf life, food could not be safe if it's packaged unsafe. Function of packaging. The main function of packaging are containment of food, production of food during storage and transportation, preservation to increase the shelf life of food, information gives the consumer information about the food, expiry date, information about the company which produced this food. Type of packaging material, we have polymers, paper, metal, glass, all this used for packaging material, but polymer come from first one which has more consumed in package application. Type of packaging, we have several types of packaging: active packaging, vacuum packaging, modified atmosphere packaging, edible coating and films, intelligent or smart packaging. We use in our study active packaging. At this moment, the active packaging have mainly developed for antibacterial packaging application. Also, other main promising application include oxygen scavenger, SLE removers, carbon dioxide absorption or emission. Edible films contain a unique category of packaging material from other packaging material and from conventional packaging by being edible without any dangers for human health. Edible films are applied from it directly on the food product, either by a liquid film forming solution, molten compounds. Using traditional plastic processing techniques, edible coating may provide barrier towards moisture, oxygen, and carbon dioxide. We have new essential oil. Essential oil are natural compound and promising candidate for food application. These oils are effective antifungal, antiviral, antioxidant, and antibacterial agents. It can really dissolve cytoplasmic membranes of bacterial cells in the hydrophobic domain. Cinnamon essential oil, which used in our study, is edible oils, contain two important compounds, cinnamaldehyde, and the eugenol that are effective inhibitors of a broad spectrum of microbes, making it ideal for a variety of products. Essential oil is an alternative, natural, and safe antimicrobial to standard antimicrobial agents. Aim of other work, you use to prepare cinnamon essential oil in nano-emulsion form and use this nano-emulsion together with titanium dioxide nanoparticles to form bio-nanocomposite films based on ketosane and polyvinyl alcohol. The material used in our study, ketosane with higher molecular weight, polyvinyl alcohol, and the titanium dioxide nanoparticle, and essential oil from Natural Research Center. Fresh chicken breast fillet were obtained from local market in Egypt. This fillet is washed with fresh water, dried, and stored under refrigeration before our study, using in study. First, we prepare cinnamon essential oil in nano-emulsion form by using oil in water nano-emulsion, which low energy methods to prepare nano-emulsion of essential oil. Then use this nano-emulsion to make bio-nanocomposite film containing titanium dioxide and ketosane and polyvinyl alcohol. This recipe of using material, we have control from ketosane and PVA, and ketosane PVA with titanium dioxide nanoparticles with constant ratio, and then using essential oil, cinnamon essential oil nanoform with different concentration. We apply the prepared bio-nanocomposite in the chicken meat parties. Then we package this fresh chicken part in the edible film. They make some characterization just as antibacterials. Using scanning electron microscope to study the surface of the prepared bio-nanocomposites, transmission electron microscope to study inside the morphology of the prepared bio-nanocomposite film and how do the nanoparticles distribute inside the film. Using XRD to study the structure of the prepared film and study the mechanical properties by using mechanical tester. Also using the permeability, which is important for the material used for package application, by using oxygen permeability or water vapor permeability. There is discussion. We study the morphology of the prepared material, cinnamon essential oil, and titanium dioxide nanoparticle by using by using TEM, transmission electron microscope, and DLS. We found that the particle size in cinnamon essential oil between 70 to 100 nanometer, which is good in using as nano-emulsion, and the titanium dioxide is the range of 40 nanometers. But the difference in nanometer between the DLS and the TEM, it is logic, because TEM studies the nanomaterial range in solid state, but DLS studies it in liquid state, and some aggregation can be found so that the particle size may be greater than which appear in the TEM. We study the structure of the prepared bio-nanocomposite by using X-ray diffraction pattern and FTI, which proves the formation of bio-nanocomposite and the presence of the peaks of titanium dioxide in the polymer matrix. Also study the morphology by using scanning electron microscope, which give us information about the surface of the prepared material. When you use low concentration of essential oil nano-emulsion, the morphology surface is smooth. But when increase the nano-emulsion, the surface some aggregate in the surface of the prepared bio-nanocomposites. We study the oxygen permeability and water vapor permeability. We found that when added nano-emulsion of the cinnamon oil, the permeability oxygen transmission rate increased by increasing the percent of essential oil nano-emulsion, and the water vapor transmission rate decreased by increasing the amount of essential oil nano-emulsion, which added to the bio-nanocomposite film. And study the antioxidant activity and the total phenolic content in the prepared bio-nanocomposite film. We found that the antioxidant activity increased by increasing the concentration of nano-emulsion inside the bio-nanocomposite film, as well as also the total phenolic content increased by increasing the amount of essential oil inside the polymer matrix. We study the antimicrobial properties of the bionanocomposite, which used for packaging or coating the fillet of chicken. We found that the antimicrobial increased by increasing the amount of essential oil in nano-emulsion form. It is logic because increase the activity of the against bacteria when attached to the food. We study the weight loss during the storage period of the chicken part. We found that after 21 days, the weight loss decreased, but increasing between treatments from 5 to 10 to 20% of essential nano-emulsion. Also, the microbiological change of chicken meat coated with different coating during cold storage. We found that the chloroform increase, but decrease between the treatment when increasing the amount of essential oil in nanoform between different treatment. Conclusion, we conclude that using advanced technology to provide new types of packaging material, a novel bionanocomposite coating based on polyvinyl alcohol, ketosane, titanium dioxide nanoparticles, and cinnamon essential oil in nano-emulsion form were prepared and used to packaging chicken. A nano-emulsion of cinnamon essential oil was prepared using oil in water nano-emulsion, which is low energy method, with an average part and prepared with average particle around 125 nanometer. The bionanocomposite showed high content of antioxidant and phenolic compounds. Also, it was an effective antimicrobial agent against fungi and gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria. The presence of nano-emulsion of essential oil in the bionanocomposite reduced the oxygen and water variability. This is wrong. Decrease the water variability and increase the oxygen variability, suggesting utility for coating stuffed foods. Weight loss of fillet decreased when coated with the bionanocomposite in comparison with uncoated fillet and the fillet coated with blend of ketosane and BVA, or ketosane BVA with the constant amount of titanium dioxide nanoparticles. Identification and qualification are still providing a challenge for packaging material. And thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you very much for interesting and entertaining speech, Professor Dr. Ahmed Yusuf. I will go further to the next speakers, to Dr. Achari Suksuwan. He is a researcher at the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, and he will deliver his speech with the topics of the promising nanomaterial acting as artificial enzyme for halal industry application. The floor is yours, Doctor.
สวัสดีครับ Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, all participants. I'm Ashari Sukswan, and today I would like to talk about the alternative nanosam or replacement of national NAMSAM that Dr. Vinay mentioned in this morning about the complexation of the using natural enzyme in food industry, and the problem is from the animal. But in this slide, I will show you about the alternative material that come from nanomaterial. First of all, I would like to talk about the molecular recognition. Molecular recognition is the important in biological process, especially in the DNA or protein that have the specific binding site for interaction. Okay, and molecular recognition, they have generally two types. The first type is a convex that have the only one interaction, but in many biological material, they have the concave surface chemistry that the substrate or ligand incorporate in the host. So they will give you recognition in multiple interactions, such as you will remember in terms of the size, shape, and functionality. This is really important for biological material to give the high selectivity. And MSI, as everyone knows, they can change one product to another product, and they have the many activities, such as the oxidation reduction, and then also they have many types, that's glucose oxidase. But however, in MSI market, they have the huge market, and then if you see in this picture, you will see that in each year the price will increase to 6.5 to 6.8%, and the most often the carbohydrates is the famous that can use in various of applications, such as the food, beverage, and textile industry. That because can break down the cellulose or some macromolecule in the plant. But when we focus on the halal application, the first thing we have to check the halal status of MSI. As mentioned in this morning, most of them, in the former time, they use the MSI from the animal. But now today, we use the from the microbial or fermentation, 85% to 91% from the fermentation. But when it's also have the proper when you use the culture media, like Dr. Vinay said in this morning. So we try to use the new material that can replace the natural MSI. And also MSI in generally they have the problem such as the stability and high cost, and also some selectivity, and can difficult to mass production. So the scientists try to make a new one, like some modify the properties of the natural MSI, and nowadays from the 1993 they use the word that nanosam, that form the nanomaterial. Nanomaterial is the material that the size less than 100 and also have the many dimension, 1 dimension, 2 dimension, or 3 dimension, as you can see in this picture. When you reduce the size, the properties will change, also increase and decrease, such as the hardness will increase, strength and increase. But for the decrease is about the melting point and thermoconductivity and so on. This slide shows you about the nanomaterial that have the huge surface area. This spot will show you the active site. When you use nanomaterial, and this is the substrate, they will give more the area 400,000 times when compared to normal one. And also if you have the different shape, like a nanorod or large nanosphere, so the catalytic efficiency will different. And also the optical properties will change when depend on the size. As you can see in figure A and B, the concentration will change, the absorption of some material, some substrate. This is the property of the nanomaterial. And for the nanomaterial, they have MSI equity like a peroxidase, oxidase, catalyst. So they can use in various food application, such as for the food safety or food contamination, and also for the biosensor. This slide shows you about the MSI mimicking for estradiol degradation. If you see they use the gold nanoparticle and then change the hydroxy group to the carbonyl group. And also they can use the ELISA by using the nanosam instead of the natural enzyme. And then they give the new product or oxidized or TMB. And also A, B, C, and D as well. Give you the change of the substrate when you're using the nanosam. And this is about two properties, like in nanosam, they induce the glucose oxidase in one area, and then can oxidize the glucose and will give the hydrogen peroxide. And then you have the hydrogen peroxide, you can detect you have used the peroxidase activity from the nanosam, and you can detect by UV visible, and you can remove you can remove nanosam by the magnetic. But however, when nanosam have a lot of advantage, such as the more stable, but they lack of the selectivity, so we have to modify the surface area by adding some material on the surface to enhance the selectivity and specificity. First, when enzyme ferric oxide nanosam would like to catalyze the hydrogen peroxide, but when you use the histidine inside, so the hydrogen bonding will give you the more stable or more catalytic binding site inside, so they can improve the enzyme activity of this system. And also you can use some receptor, artificial receptor and natural receptor, like an antibody or aptamer, and also some polymer that can create the binding site. This is we call the molecular imprinted polymer, or MIP. MIP is the polymer that can create the binding site inside, and then that responsible to the substrate or to the template that we already stamped. The mechanism I will show you. The template is about the analyte of interest, such as the small molecule protein or DNA, and then you have to have the functional monomer to interact each other, and then they will give some assembly with the template, and then you adding some cross-linker to polymerization. This step can give you the more rigid binding site, and then you extract the template that you imprint, and then this binding site or artificial binding site will have the selective to the template or the template of analog that you already print, so they can improve the selectivity or for specificity. This is the factor that I would like to brief introduction, like the template size and shape. You can imprint all of the molecule that are DNA, amino acid, peptide, and so on, or even though the virus, bacteria, or cell. And you have to choose the suitable functional monomer that complementary to the template. Like your template have the cation, so your functional should be the anionic interaction. And then you have to make the binding site stable by using the cross-link, suitable cross-link as well. And this material have the many advantages, such as can operate in harsh condition, and also polymer is not expensive. And also it can produce in different forms, such as the bulk particle or spherical by different polymerization, or you can coat on the film or on the particle as well. So for for increase or for the introduce the binding site, artificial binding site on the supporting material. This is the application of the MAP used in food traceability. They detect the histamine, copyriphos, and also from the contamination from fusarium. We can use the MVP to detect it as the biosensor. And also you can use in the food safety, like you can detect the melamine that used in the milk to increase the nitrogen content or protein content, and then you can use the MVP that have the specific to the melamine by coating on the nanoparticle. And also in halal food, you can imprint the protein porcine serum albumin on the surface of the nanoparticle, and then it will more selective to the porcine serum albumin when compared to the non-imprint on the surface of the nanoparticle. And this is the MAP as the artificial enzyme. They can change the carbon dioxide to the hydrogen carboxylate, bicarbonate, by inside the active sites within the polymer. And also you can increase the productivity of the MAP by produce the porous MAP, and then the substrate will easy to accessible to the catalyst or binding site, so they will change the toxic form to the safe form like this. They act like an artificial enzyme. And when you coat the MAP on the nanosam, so you have more selectivity when compare. In this case, they 4 times when compared to normal, just the nanosam. But when you compare, when you combine together with the MAP and nanosam, so the activity will increase 4 times. And also when you can indirect detect valine from the when you create the imprint cavity inside, but the valine block the cavity, so the hydrogen peroxide cannot get inside of the binding site, so the reaction cannot occur. So you use indirect biosensor from the MAP and nanosam as well. So in conclusion, nanosam is the alternative material as mimics and improves some property of natural enzyme. And molecular imprinting polymer coating on the surface of nanomaterial can increase more selectivity and specificity of the nanosam. And I think that this synthetic enzyme or artificial enzyme with the well-designed have the potential for using in the halal industry application. This for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Acharya, for nice presentation and keeping us updated in nano enzyme. I will go next further to the next speakers. Dr. Anat Deninghot. He is Assistant Director and Head of Science and Technology Service Group at the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, and he will deliver his speech on modern on-site tool for monitoring contamination of 5 non-halal animals in halal food products using multiplex PCR. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for kind introduction. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Anat from the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University. Today, I will present in the topic, modern on-site tool for monitoring contamination of 5 non-halal animals in food products using multiplex PCR coupled with DNA strip. My topic relates about the innovation on halal testing. If we talk about halal testing in food products, Thailand, we focus on 4 parameters, including porcine DNA, porcine fatty acid, porcine gelatin, and the amount of alcohol in the food product. But today I will focus on DNA space. In the Halal Science Center, they developed in-house method using real-time PCR for detection pulsar DNA. This technique provides high specificity and high sensitivity. However, we think testing only for pulsar contamination may not be enough because nowadays we found adulteration in food products that come from other non-halal animals such as dog, rat, cat, and monkey. The problem of non-halal meat adulteration has been reported in many countries. For example, beef meat born contaminated with rat meat have been reported in Indonesia. Rabbit meat products substituted by cat meat have been reported in China. Meat born and soup products prepared with monkey meat have been reported in Indonesia. And recently, pork dyed with cow blood was sold as beef in fresh market of Thailand. It is necessary to develop powerful technique in detecting any adulteration of non-halal animal for Muslim consumer as well as for general consumer who are keen to consume food according to specific label. DNA-based techniques have been widely used because they are highly heat resistant, applicable to both raw and cooked meat, such as PCR, real-time PCR, droplet PCR, and HIMA, but no DNA-based on-site available in Thailand. Thus, we developed on-site DNA-based technique as a verification tool to detect an adulteration of non-halal animal in halal food products, namely pig, rat, dog, cat, and monkey. This technique shows result with the naked eye within 15 minutes and taking 90 minutes for whole process. Our developed technique was recently published in Food Control Journal from Elsevier. This technique is based on chromatography and hybridization by nitrocellulose as a membrane. The method had proven to be simple, rapid, and low-cost screening method for identification of non-halal species. I would like to explain more about multiplex PCR. Multiplex PCR is a molecular biology technique for simultaneous detection of multiple targets in the same reaction tube. In this work, we can detect 5 species of non-halal animals in one time. It is cost-effective, save time, and highly accurate. Now we transfer this technology to startup company in Thailand for marketing and selling this test kit. This non-halal animal detection kit consists of mini PCR, spin-down machine, a pipette set, a tube, an extraction set, and master mix set, and the important part is DNA strip. The test kit have 3 steps for user. Start with DNA extraction. It takes about 20 minutes. After we got a pure DNA, we prepare master mix and amplify DNA with mini PCR. It takes about 90 minutes. After finish, we prepare the PCR product and detect with DNA strip. The result we show with the red band in 15 minutes. I have a video demonstration. The video will demonstrate how we detect DNA contamination of an sample were weighed at 10 milligrams. After that, the sample was attacked using DNA buffer extraction kit, which was developed by us. For the next step is multiplex PCR. We use hot start PCR master mix. In this tube contain of PCR master mix, enzyme, and primer of each species. This is how we prepare the master mix for the multiplex PCR. We amplify the DNA with the mini PCR. It takes about 16 minutes. When we got the DNA extraction, we use the DNA as a template DNA for amplify DNA, for amplify the piece of for amplify in PCR product. This technique can use for on-site detection. It's a mini PCR. We can control the program with the telephone. It takes about 60 minutes to amplify the DNA. After finish the PCR amplifier, the obtained PCR product was added with hybridization buffer and well mixing, and will take dip into it. After 15 minutes, the result will show with red band in the sample contaminated with DNA of non-halal animal. If the product have a DNA of non-halal animal contamination in the product, the result will show with the red band. We can see the result with the naked eye. Okay, if they have in this sample they contaminated with pig DNA, we can detect with the naked eye. Okay. For more detail on this test kit, if you're interested, you can invest the equipment for $2,000. Price for sample is $15. It's cheaper than real-time PCR for 4-time analysis time, which take 30 minutes. For sample volume that's used per time is 10 milligram. This test kit can be applied to on-site detection. For user expertise, we require only scientific-based basic knowledge, and the shelf life of DNA strip is 2 years at chill temperature. In addition, we have developed a meat authentication test kit for identify 7 kinds of meat, including fish, pig, cow, goat, chicken, sheep. This test kit is suitable for each people who want to consume food labeled correctly. And we also develop test kit for detection plant-based product to make sure that plant-based food come from the plant only, that it contains protein from other sources such as insect protein or animal protein. At last, I would like to conclude our presentation. We developed the efficient technique for simultaneous detection of non-halal animal for on-site detection. This innovative tool that can ensure halal food production and consumer that have what's no non-halal animal contamination in raw material and food products. This tool can be employed as a crucial step to support halal certification, especially in the food export country like Thailand. To the best of knowledge, this is the first time study of a successful development of technique on simultaneous detection of final halal animal contamination in halal food product in Thailand. Thank you. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you, Dr. Arnett, for a nice presentation. So now we got a Q&A session. Maybe I will pick 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Okay, from at the back. The committee, can you give a microphone? Please just tell me who you are and give us a question and to whom it's addressed.
Hello, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm here, Khurshid Ahmed Sheikh, a postdoctoral researcher in Chulalongkorn University, Department of Food Technology. I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Saeed. So we have some questions related to halal identification. I have 2 questions. I will sum up in one question. So the first question is, many of the franchise units here, like KFC, Texas Chicken, many of them in Thailand, are not labeled as halal, but people still eat that. And we have a doubt that whether the chicken is halal and whether they are using the halal means to serve it to the public. And second question is, if the chicken is not slaughtered in a halal way, is there any technique that we can identify that the chicken was not halal? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. So it's about identification to differentiate Islamic slaughtering and non-Islamic slaughtering in the end of the product. Anyone wants to address this question? Okay, Professor Irwandi.
Thank you for the questions. I try to answer, even though my presentation is not on the slaughtering. We did conduct study on the slaughtering, but perhaps it's not really addressed to what your question. But with regard to the halal slaughtering, what we have done, number one, we can take the metabolite in the neck area, yeah, of the animal, especially the chicken, yeah, because from our study, we found that animals slaughtered according to Islam and not according to Islam, based on the voltage of stunning, yeah, based on the voltage of stunning, and then the metabolite around here, protein metabolite around the necks are different. That's number one. Number two is microbial composition, microbial profile also different. This is what we have done because we did a study on that level of the voltage used for stunning for Malaysian chicken, and we found this. So I think Dr. Prof Ahmad will add all some more.
I matching with Dr. Irwani, but you know, chicken is halal or not halal. This is depend on the method which chicken was made. We can watch the people who sell this chicken. In Egypt, it is Islamic country, so it is follow the halal method with the chicken, with any animals. So it is halal. Just we watch it and trust with the people who work in this field. Because I bought this meat. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So maybe the first question, it wasn't answered. Maybe Dr. Acharya or Dr. Arnott want to address about the KFC, which is not labeled as halal in Thailand.
I will add some point from our research. We can detect by detecting the cortisol, the stress hormone, when compared to the Islamic slaughtering or not. We can follow the contents of stress hormone in the blood of the animals. Yes.
What about the KFC, which is not labeled as halal in Thailand? Can you consider as halal or not? Dr. Arnott, maybe you want to address this question?
This question, I think Dr. Pakon can answer this question for me. But I would like to explain more about in Thailand, the slaughter factory in Thailand, they have a halal supervisor to control the chicken that slaughter by Islamic law. If they come from the halal certification, if the chicken come from the halal slaughtering, you can make sure that it's halal because they have a halal supervisor to control the process of the slaughtering of the food of the chicken in this product, in this company.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I will pick one more question from the audience. Okay, the white one, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Dr. Said from Chulalongkorn University. Thank you very much for your excellent presentations. I don't remember, but one of you gentlemen was talking about using nanoemulsions biofilms can prevent from the weight loss in the chicken breast. I wanted to see why this is happening. What is the reason behind it?
Maybe it's addressed to Professor Ahmed.
We use nanoemulsion of essential oil with titanium dioxide nanoparticle to go we use this essential oil instead of added more amount of titanium dioxide nanoparticle to keep it, to help the environmental, because it's green method to use nano emulsion from essential oil. And this nano emulsion form is very effective. We can use a small amount of this nano emulsion, give us high performance of antibacterial or antioxidant properties of the prepared biofilm.
Okay, thank you. Apparently we have still a lot of questions, but I think we ran out of time, and we will end the session. Thank you for all speakers and also all the audience for active participation. Thank you, and Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will hand over to the EMS.
Thank you to all our speaker and our moderator for such an insightful and interesting session. Now I would like to kindly invite Associate Professor Dr. Prakarn Priyakon, Director of the Halal Institute, Thailand, to kindly come on stage and hand out certificates of appreciation to our moderator and speakers. Firstly, our moderator, Mr. Mohammed Zubaidi, Director of Certification, Police Institute of Halal, Poland. Professor Dr. Irwandi Jazwir, Dean for Academic Research and Publication at INHART, the International Islamic University, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Ahmed Yusuf, Professor at Packing Material Department, National Research Center, Egypt. Dr. Achari Suksawan, researcher at the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. Dr. Anat Tenyingyot, Assistant Director and Head of Science and Technology Services Group at the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University. Now may I invite our moderator and all of our speakers to take a group picture together with Dr. Prakarn. Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Prakarn Priyakon, Director of the Halal Standard Institute of Thailand, and all our speakers. Please may I remind you to scan your QR code at the back of your name tag to complete the online evaluation form. And now we will have a break at room 802 and 803, which tea and coffee and refreshments will be provided. Next, we will come back after the break for the session of the development of new halal standards for the next trend of new products and services.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may request you to please take your seats. We're going to start the next session, inshallah. Okay, I am sure all the speakers are here. So our next session is going to start now. The next session is about halal standards. The theme of the session is the development of new halal standards for the next trends of products and services. In this session, the moderator will be Professor Dr. Pakon Priyakon, who's the director of the Halal Standards Institute. Dr. Pakon is well known to the halal industry. He's the president of the National Political Reform Committee of Thailand, a professor in public administration, the National Institute of Development Administration. He's also the representative of Thailand in the OIC, Standards and Metrology Institute of OIC, CIMIC. So I would request Dr. Pakon to please come on the stage and take your seat. In this session, the speakers are, starting from Datu Dr. Muhammad Razib Hassan. He's the Director General of the Islamic Tourism Center, Malaysia. Datu, if I may request you to please come on the stage. Next speaker is Dr. Fartiana Santi. She's the Coordinator for International Partnership of VPJPH Indonesia. Doctor, if I may request you to please come on the stage. Mr. Chakri Kankur Ataran is the Secretary of CIMIC OIC. Mr. Chakri, if you please come forward. Mufti Yusuf Abdul Razak, the Vice President, the Vice Chairman of the National Standards Committee of the Pakistan Standards and Quality Control Authority, and the Director of SANA Associate Pakistan. Mufti Yusuf, please come forward. Our last speaker is Dr. Muhammad Ali Al-Sheikh from CIMIC. Unfortunately, he was not able to come on time, but we have his speech, which we will present in the end. So with this, I would request Dr. Pakon to please take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Asas, for the introduction into this important session. It is a part of the 8th International Halal Standard and Certification Convention, which we initiated the first time in the year 2015. So this year is going to be the 8th one. The theme of this year, we try to focus on the development of new halal standards or for the next trends of products and services. We have very, very good opportunity for all of us here to meet with prominent figures in halal from different countries. The first speaker is Dato' Muhammad Rashid Hassan, Director General Islamic Tourism Center from Malaysia. Dato' Muhammad Rashid bin Hassan is the Director General of Islamic Tourism Center, as I mentioned. It is an agency under the purview of the Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, based in Putrajaya, Malaysia. He was the Deputy Director General of Malaysia Tourism Promotion Board, or Tourism Malaysia before, in charge of planning and promoting before leading Islamic Tourism Center. He is also the chairman of the Working Group Committee of Malaysian Standard on Muslim-friendly services requirement, and the chairman of the sectoral working group on Muslim-friendly health care tourism under the Malaysian Halal Industry Master Plan 2030, and lead
coordinator of the working group under OIC CIMIC TC5 Halal Tourism Spa Services Standard. May I invite Dr. Muhammad to take the floor, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Pakon Priakon, for the introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Thank you for inviting Islamic Tourism Center and myself for this very important conference. I chose the topic of the importance of standard in Islam, Islamic tourism perspective to share with you. And I think this topic little bit will touch of the soft powering that has been highlighted by Dr. Pakon in his keynote address this morning. And before that, we seek guidance and also protection from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then to provide us with good knowledge and guidance and also understanding from this assembly, inshallah. Tourism is a very complex industry, and as we know, it's a fully integrated industry, yet it is very interesting and dynamic. If we look at the slide, the global industry looks to be on the rebound and after COVID, and more experts are now seeing a very good potential of international arrivals to 2019 level in 2023, meaning in next year. And one of the significant forces that we observe shaping the world industry or the tourism economy is the enormous of 2 billion Muslim population around the world. And this is actually the driving factor for a new and very significant market, especially nowadays we know that we have the Generation X, Generation Z, then we have more women travelers, which never happened before. If we look into 10 years ago, no one actually talked about Muslim travel. They talk about the leisure travel, but in different way. And in the context of OIC countries, I think about Malaysia, Indonesia, and some of ASEAN countries, yes, we realize about the importance of this market. But interestingly, we can also realize that non-OIC countries, like Thailand, Singapore, China, and then you have South Korea, Japan, they look into this market very seriously. So this is another new dimension that we can give serious attention. And the estimate has given by some of the research bodies that by 2030, tourist arrival around the world is about 230 million. It's a big, big market, and it will reach 225 billion US dollars in terms of expenditure. So inshallah. So we cannot deny any longer about the Muslim tourist market. It's very big, it's very dynamic, and today we have another responsibility to make sure that we have the right standard for this market. So I think this is one of the reasons why we have this kind of forum. So in addressing the needs of Muslim market, actually it goes beyond food. It goes beyond prayer facilities. But if you can see along in the slide, there are more than the physical needs by a single tourist. So they want to discover new experience and knowledge. They demand for hygiene and cleanliness, improve their health, wellness for their body, mind, and soul. And they also appreciate nature, history, arts, culture, and heritage. They use digital. I just spoke to one of my friends just now. Now they're talking about blockchain, they're talking about AI. So this is a new area that we need to give concentration. And at the same time, they also want to respect for sustainability, for responsible practices in resources, safety, security, and environment. And more importantly, they are compliant with the Islamic principle and values. And talking about standards that may influence the travel choices for Muslim tourist markets, because this market want to be appreciated. They want to be respected. They want to feel safe in any situation. And they want to live life in a balanced, healthy, and mental wellness. They want to enjoy good relationship with their loved ones. They want to connect with people on a deep level. And they want to enjoy new experiences, and they are meaningful. And they want to be able to explore places in trust and confidence without fear. So as I said just now, tourism industry is very complex, and they want to be able to be respected, and then they want also to gain trust when they travel, whether they travel in ASEAN, and to travel to Europe, and then travel to Far East. So all these elements must be taken into place. Just to share with you, as far as Malaysia is concerned, we have introduced Malaysian standard in 2015. We call Malaysian Muslim-friendly requirements for travel, and also for tour guides, and also for tour operating business. And we just review this because there is a demand to include spa industry and wellness as well. And then we move on to introduce what we call is Muslim-friendly accommodation recognition MFR, and now we have recognized 52 hotels in Malaysia under this scheme. And inshallah, we are also in the pipeline to introduce another one, Muslim-friendly tourism products, hospitality packages, or in short, we call ProPack. So all this taken into consideration because we want to make sure that all players, especially the new entry come into tourism industry, will also have the opportunity to get the economic values and also the social benefit when we introduce this scheme. So let me bring some attention to definition. You know, right now we have different terminologies used. We have Islamic tourism, Muslim-friendly tourism, then we have halal tourism, we have ziarah tourism. There are so many definition. But for ITC, we use Islamic tourism, and it is defined as any activity, event, experience undertaken in a state of travel that is in accordance with Islam. Why? Because we must have at least a framework to work for our standard. So any activity that within this framework will be viewed as Islamic tourism activity as far as Malaysia is concerned. And from this definition, it will extend to the value chains. Okay? Now you can see that, as I said just now, when we talk about Islamic tourism, we talk about halal tourism, when we talk about Muslim-friendly or tourism, actually it goes beyond what we are known most of the time, we're not only talking about mosque tourism, we are not only talking about food tourism, but you can see on the screen, it crosses the board. You have halal food, you have Muslim luxury tourism, and then you have pharmaceutical, you have modest fashion, of course tour packages, and Muslim-friendly airline, cruise, trains, terminals, and then hospitality, and also now we get into spa and wellness. Yeah? So this is the current scenario. So the list will on and on, because as human beings, we are subject to new environment, we are subject to new behavior, and this is the challenge for us as the promoter for the halal standard, how that we can fit in so that we are not go overboard, but we are within the framework of Islam or within the Sharia compliance. So this is the challenge, because it will go on and on. Okay, just before I conclude, when we talk or we want to develop about standard, we have to give ourselves two considerations. One, what is the purpose of having standard? And the second one, what is the process? In short, the purpose of standard should not kill the industry. It should develop and it should promote the industry. And the process is we have to take into account the interests of the stakeholders, and we cannot do it abruptly, but we must do using the soft power. Meaning we have to understand the needs, and we cannot impose abruptly, because you can see the reaction will be very different. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much for your attention. I know I can speak for an hour, but because we have to consider time that given, and I will try to respond should there be any question later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Rashid Hassan. I consider him as a man of action, because he have a lot of experiences on tourism, and Malaysia at the moment is #1 in terms of receiving tourism from OIC country. His talk is very short but very informative, very interesting, and I would consider it's very useful for all of us to follow the way in which Malaysia have done so far. And of course, Malaysia and Thailand are very good neighboring country. We have a lot of things to do together in the future. Now we come to the second speakers, who is from Indonesia, Dr. Fertiana Santi. Currently, she is coordinator for partnership at Halal Product Assurance Organizing Agency, or BPJPH, in the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. Apart from that, she also takes charge of the so-called public policy analyst and political analyst of the Ministry of Religious Affairs as well. Very interestingly, she got her PhD in sociology, law, politics from very famous university in France, University of Marseille. May I invite Dr. Santi to speak, and her topic is Indonesia Halal Outlook 2023. Please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam and peace be upon you all. This session is about the halal standards. My turn will not exactly as it is about the halal standards, but it is more from government perspective. It is, of course, one of the government policy is also about halal standards. So it is broader than that. It is about the socio-politics, about the regulations, and as well as policies. First and foremost, it is an honor for Indonesia's Halal Assurance Organizing Agency, BPJPH, to participate in the Thailand Halal Assembly 2022 with the themes of powering halal science, innovations, and technology. We would also express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to the committees that has successfully held the event of Thai Halal Assembly, so that we may have gathered here, have broader insights, fruitful discussion, and clearer understanding on halal science and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants, in a couple of weeks, we are going to face the new year, which is 2023. So it is important to have sort of vision about halal outlook in 2023. BPJPH itself is accelerating its rebranding on Halal Indonesia, not solely for Indonesian people, but also for global community. BPJPH perceives 4 paradigm shifts on halal, from juridical perspective, from economic perspective, from philosophical and sociological perspective, and from digital transformation perspective. From philosophical and sociological perspective, for example, we believe that halal is definitely for all. In the Quran verse, Al-Baqarah 168, for example, of course, I believe you here already know more than myself. It says, O mankind, eat of that which is halal and tayyiban, lawful and clean on earth. This puts emphasis on the mankind, Ya ayyuhan nas, instead of Ya ayyuhal mu'minun or Ya ayyuhal muslimun. So this perspective views that halal is not solely about religion or religious compliance. No, we are not merely talking about 237 or 87% Indonesian Muslim population, or the world's 1.9 billion Muslims, but also other people, believers or non-believers, who are also halal conscious consumers or very concerned about halal, and also concerned about healthy lifestyle, because halal refers to safety, health, wholesomeness, cleanliness, sustainability, integrity, and animal welfare, in which are all the hallmarks of modern civilizations and global standards of quality assurance. I would like to view as well the juridical perspective from the Indonesian perspective, Indonesian government perspective. There are law number 33 2014, law number 11 2020, government regulation number 39 2021, have in effect set a new legal framework and led to major changes related to halal policy from previously voluntary to mandatory. And dinner standard as well has informed that Indonesia is the massive country who amended laws in halal product assurance. They said that we have amended 80 regulations on halal product assurance particular. And also from religious civil society authority to state authority nowadays. The regulations imply the state guarantees and facilitates the availability of halal products and services in the context of halal consumers' protection. The laws also empower the BPJPH as the key government agency to oversee halal product assurance. The paradigm shift from the economic perspective, where there has been tremendous economic potential of halal itself, as the previous presenters from Dr. Dahlan said that in Thailand itself, the economic potency has reached about 300 million, if I'm not mistakenly remember. In Indonesia, domestically, Indonesian Ministry of Industry has estimated the potential value of halal market and economic activities reach at about $303 billion this year alone, and projected to soar at around $330 billion in 2024-2025. Globally, dinner standard has estimated the figure at approximately $2.3 trillion. And also we cooperate with the dinner standard to produce and to publish a report magazine on global halal ecosystem paradigm shift. This is the cooperation of BPJPH with other international institutions. And also in November, after the G20 summit, the BPJPH also held the G20 Global Halal Forum, Halal 20 or H20, and attended by 105 halal certifying agencies from 44 countries across the globe, mainly from G20 member countries as well as from other export destination countries. We recognize great enthusiasm domestically and internationally. This event was held since we perceive that G20 member countries benefited from the trillion-dollar halal industries, huge trade volume and transaction value of halal products, significant added value, as well as business image and reputation. In addition, the H20 event was carried out in order to provide knowledge and insights for domestic exporters to increase Indonesia's investment and export opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants, this is the export countries of Indonesia. And as I mentioned earlier, we also, until today, there are 105 halal certifying agencies or halal certification body from 44 countries already applied in our system or through our system. And the President Jokowi or Joko Widodo has initiated a policy to make Indonesia a global hub for halal industry by 2024. And it has been envisioned as a driving force behind the economic growth to realize the vision of Indonesia Maju or Indonesia moving forward. To spur the economic recovery post-pandemic, Indonesia needs to maximize potential that has not been adequately tapped, such as the halal industry. And this niche sector has a lot to offer, particularly as halal has shifted into a global standard, quality and gastronomy lifestyle. And BPJPH is also mandated to facilitate and encourage the economic recovery post-pandemic through the development of the trillion-dollar halal industry, such as food and beverages, fashion, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, tourism, media and recreation, and financial services. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants, as I mentioned, regulations on halal product assurance previously, notwithstanding some may feel halal regulations, Indonesia's halal regulations particularly, discourage the ease of doing business. Some international organizations have questioned unnecessary burdensome scrutiny and costly requirements for halal certification and labeling, and insist that they fall under the definition of technical barriers to trade and violations of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, or GATT. Yet, when it comes to the tremendous economic potential of halal industry and ecosystem, as we mentioned earlier, that the economic activities reach at billion US dollar in Indonesia itself, domestically, I mean. And therefore, the Indonesian halal policy should not only be seen as TBT, but rather a huge opportunity and great potential for an alternative trade value chain, which in turn will contribute to the economic growth and well-being of the people. One could also argue that halal tariff provisions are relatively small and far below the trade volume, transaction value, profits, and benefit to companies' image and reputations. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants, SGIE Report 2022 has put Indonesia in the second place this year in the sector of halal food and beverages, and ranked number 4 in the global Islamic economic indicator. Indonesia targets to increase its ranking as the first in the sector of food and beverages, particularly by 2023 or next year, and modest fashion by 2024. This is about the strategic timeline based on our regulations, the mandatory products and consumer goods to be halal certified. As you can see here, the very near mandatory timeline will be for food and beverages, which is on the 17th of October 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants, to realize Indonesia as a global halal hub and its achievement for the 5th anniversary, as perhaps you already know, we're just celebrating our 5th anniversary. BPJPH has recently launched the new logo of Halal Indonesia and also making available free distribution of halal certificates, or known as Sehati or Certificate Halal Gratis, one of the core program of BPJPH, and particularly intended for micro and small enterprises, micro and small, not medium and big enterprises. Furthermore, BPJPH targets 10 million Sehati certificates by the end of the next year, and it approves as well the 31 LPH or Halal Inspection Agency. Previously, we only have 2 Halal Inspection Agencies. Nowadays, we have 31 Halal Inspection Agencies domestically, and the number will be growing day by day. And also, we have trainings have been held for 19,477 PPH, 155 mentoring institutions, 344 halal supervisors, 497 auditors, and 144 assessors and evaluators. This is the halal inspection agencies across Indonesia. Indonesia has also independently produced a COVID-19 vaccine called Merah Putih vaccine, which has been certified halal by BPJPH. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants, Indonesia or BPJPH is looking forward and in the process nowadays to have the international cooperation with government halal certifying agencies such as SFDA Saudi, HIK Turkey, that we have signed the MOU on the event of H20, JAKIM Malaysia, almost signing, INSO Iran, MOE Singapore, perhaps a couple of months in the near future, MUIB Brunei, Halal Authority Pakistan, etc., as well as with private halal certifying agencies around the world. And lastly, paradigm shift of digital transformation perspective. I would love to say hello to perhaps here the audiences. There are Gen Z or well-known as Zoomer, those who were born in '97 until nowadays, and millennials, those who were born in '80s until 1996. I believe there are some Zoomers and millennials here. And we would like to congratulate you because, interestingly, according to the statistic, you are the biggest contributors to the growing demand for global halal products. Please give a big round of applause for Zoomers and millennials. BPJPH believes that Gen Z or Zoomers and millennials' perspective is paramount, particularly in the era of governance and Industry 5.0, where halal must intersect with the digital transformation. Around 75% of Indonesian population has access to social media, and of more than 80% are Gen Z and millennials. That signifies that halal must be managed and connected with digital platforms such as halal QR code, barcodes, providing sufficient information related to raw materials, halal certificates, certification agencies, and a complete list of halal certified retail and industrial products, etc. I believe tomorrow there will be a session discussing about the information technology on halal quality assurance, and it will be interesting to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants, we believe that this Thai Halal Assembly event could also inspire and empower policymakers, government officials, business leaders, entrepreneurs, and the people as well to develop an actionable, practical, and high-impact halal market strategy, particularly to spur the economic recovery and growth post-pandemic. This obviously shows the importance of our concrete collaboration and cooperation for the future development, especially in the global halal market, as well as potential and challenges in the global halal industry and ecosystem. And in turn, hopefully, this will contribute to improve the welfare and prosperity of our country as well as our people. May God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, help and bless our efforts. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much indeed for a very influencing presentation. May I call her Muslimah influencer, because the new chapter of Indonesian starting from tomorrow will be changed completely from the old day. And she mentioned about Generation Z, which is one of the big group of newcomers. And I hope all of us who are at that generation will be get a lot of things from what she called paradigm shift of several things in halal economy in Indonesia. Congratulations for Indonesia for the successful of G20 meeting in last November. Now we come to the next speaker, who is very important in terms of, but because his topic is new OIC CIMIC standards on conformity assessment. He is the Mr. Shaki Kanutaran, Secretary of CIMIC CCA technical committees. I met him all the time during the technical committees weeks run twice a year. Mr. Shagi graduated from Department of Food Engineering of X University in 2004 and his MA degree in management in 2007. Then he worked as production manager in one of the private sector before joining Turkish Standard Enterprise on September 2006. And since then he worked at the Istanbul Personnel and System Certification Directorate from 2006 to 2010. At the moment, he is in General Secretary of Standards and Methodology Institute for Islamic countries since the year 2011. Let me ask Mr. Shaki to take a chair, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum to all, and very good afternoon. In line with the theme of this session, I will briefly introduce the new OIC CIMIC standards and conformity assessment, inshallah. Okay, this is the outline. Actually, Mr. Ihsan, His Excellency Mr. Ihsan will explain in detail tomorrow in the morning, inshallah, the CIMIC. I will briefly introduce OIC CIMIC and CIMIC CCA, conformity assessment, and our new standards on halal especially. As you all know, the OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, is the second largest intergovernmental organization after the United Nations. It is established in 1969, and we describe it as the collective voice of the Muslim world. And the CIMIC, I think the most of you know us, is a treaty-based and intergovernmental organization. It is a technical organization. It's affiliated to the OIC. It is recognized as an international organization. It was established in 2010, and we are in Istanbul, Turkey. The vision of CIMIC is to work on quality infrastructure to improve the economic welfare and protect the member states. The mission is again relating on the development of quality structure. We work on standardization, metrology and accreditation on behalf of the OIC. The main issue is to remove the technical barriers to the trade. You know, everyone is talking about the standard, but what is standard? It's a document established by consensus, and this part is important. It should be approved by a recognized body. You know, if it is not recognized by, approved by a recognized body, anyone, any kind of us can write a document and can define it as a standard, but it's not like that. And as CIMIC, we are not developing standards on our own. We have many stakeholders, and it should be common and for the repeated use. This is the stakeholders. As you know, we cannot be expert on all issues. As CIMIC, we have the members, 47 members from the OIC members, and we are inviting the experts from the national standards bodies, and the composition is comprised of SMEs, industry, consumers, NGOs, GOs. Many of the speakers here today, actually, they are contributing our standards activities on behalf of the countries. Under CIMIC, we have Standards Management Council. Under this one, we have technical committees. As I mentioned, Mr. Isam will introduce more of all of them. My presentation is limited to the CCA. CIMIC CCA is the committee on standards for conformity assessment. It's a special committee. On the other technical committees, we are developing the many standards on halal on many subjects, but today it's limited to CCA. The CIMIC Committee on Standards for Conformity Assessment is a committee related to the conformity assessment standards. So this committee has also another role on the development of policy in addition to the standards, and it doesn't have any activity relating to implementation of the conformity assessment. It is open to all CIMIC members. Scope is related testing, standards for testing, calibration, certification, inspection, accreditation. And we are not actually limited to develop standards on halal, but halal standards are the priority as per the mandate given by the OIC. And you know, we have some liaisons. Liaisons means the technical committees are cooperating with other organizations or institutions whenever it is necessary. In our International Islamic Fiqh Academy is an OIC institution, and all Islamic issues, fatwa issues, are coordinated with them. Whenever we will include any issue, we send them to the International Islamic Fiqh Academy, and we receive the answers from them. And they have a council, Islamic Fiqh Academy, and decisions are taken by unanimity and reflects the views of all Muslims. As I mentioned, the CIMIC CCA has also policy preparation role, so we established an advisory study group. This is working to understand, you know, in some countries, different standards are being implemented, although we have OIC standards, and we are trying to understand the reason behind it. So we are circulating questionnaires, and after the data collection, inshallah, we will produce some policy on it. Another role of CIMIC CCA is the clarification process. We have recently established this one. You know, in the implementation, for example, of OIC standards, there can be disagreement between the certification bodies or accreditation bodies. If there is an issue that there is a conflict, the maintenance group will work on it and will develop a common agreed position. And so it will be easy for the certification bodies to have the common understanding during the implementation. You know, as I mentioned, conformity, before we were only talking about certification. Now we are talking about conformity assessment because certification is a part of conformity assessment. When we say evaluation, examination, auditing, assessment, declarations, accreditation, peer assessment, so step by step, we are developing standards on these issues according to the needs. This is the conformity assessment elements. The CIMIC actually is working on the development of standards for all. We are issuing technical standards. We are working as CIMIC CCA on conformity assessment standard as well as the accreditation standards. And this is our, how to say, target to reach OIC Global Halal Quality Infrastructure. We have a pyramid. Everyone is talking about the halal, you know, the manufacturing, certification, and accreditation, and everyone is actually complaining that we are getting a certificate, we have to be recognized by this country, by this organization. We think that this is the ideal issue. Yani, in the pyramid, the bottom line is about the products and services. As CIMIC, we have standards on halal food and halal cosmetic, halal pharmaceutical, halal tourism. And in the second part, middle, there is conformity assessment as a certification, laboratory testing, inspection, and we have standards on this issue. And for accreditation, our standard OIC 3 allows the accreditation, halal accreditation only from the OIC member states. So if each and every country follows this approach, and on the top there's a designated structure, so the mutual recognition of the accreditation certificates will be accepted. Yeah, if this can be, and this is approved by CIMIC and it is at the OIC level, step by step, inshallah, we will reach this goal, hopefully, inshallah. And with regards to CIMIC CCA, you know, we are the experts are developing standard at CCA level, starting from the working document, and then we have a CIMIC information system. We are electronically following all the stages, and it is approved by all the CIMIC member states. These are the two main standards that everyone, I think, you know, OIC 2 standards defines the requirements for those certification bodies working in halal, and OIC 3 standards is related with the requirements of the accreditation bodies. 2 years ago, we developed 4 standards, OIC 33, 34, 35, 36. If I briefly introduce, OIC 33 defines the example of the certification scheme. It defines how a certification body defines the certification scheme. It describes the fundamentals of halal products certification, and it is based on the scheme T5 of the ISO standard. It defines that the product should be tested, and periodic assessment of the production process and audit should be done. And the scheme owners, with this opportunity, will have the opportunity to use this standard to decide which the scheme will be best for them. Briefly, OIC 33 standards defines the example of a certification scheme. We have also other standard, OIC 34. This is the requirements for the bodies with regards to the personal certification. For example, we have a need to have certified staff, personnel, and halal auditors, slaughtermen, and other issues. And this issue should be also done by the certification bodies, and this document defines requirements so that the certificates will be accepted by all, and it's subject to the accreditation. So with this one, there will be certified persons, experts, halal auditors, halal assessors, and we can rely on the certificate of these bodies. Another standard is related to laboratories performing, halal testing. Thailand is a good example. Halal Science Center, Dr. Pakon and his team actually contributed a lot while developing this standard. We think that there should be some laboratories that have dedicated departments and focusing on the making tests on halal and improvements some test methods especially. And lastly, it's again related to the laboratory. The proficiency testing is an important subject because, okay, the labs are doing tests, but it's in good way, they're competent enough or not. So the proficiency testings, the laboratories can understand at which level according to the others. So this standard also defines this issue. And we have a new work item proposal on the halal inspection. Actually, it is at the last stage. It is recently approved by the CIMIC member states, and it will define the requirements for the halal inspection bodies. It will be released soon, inshallah. And in our standards, we refer to the ISO standard. We think that the halal conform assessment activities should be in line and other practices. And the Islamic part, fatwas we directly get from International Islam Fiqh Academy. So we have to work on more on technical issues. And halal certification bodies should not only do the certification on halal. If it's certification body on halal can make halal certification, it is easy for them to do also ISO 22 food safety management certification. So we try to encourage them to get involved in the other certification processes, so it will make them more competent, and it will be easy for them to adapt to the accreditation. As a conclusion, the main objective of CIMIC is develop a series of generic OSMIC standards and guides. And we say that, alhamdulillah, today discussions in the morning, we see many issues. We have to concentrate on the technical aspects of the halal because we have many ingredients, raw materials. Yes, halal is easy by definition, but if we go in detail, you saw the previous presentations, so inshallah we have to have more experts working in technical issues, and conformity assessment bodies should be more involved in personal certification, halal testing, inspection, etc. And thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Brother Shaki, for your presentation, which creating a lot of understanding on the field of conformity assessment, which is very important in terms of setting the so-called halal quality infrastructure. And it is very, very, very useful for everyone to understand as well that the requirement for bodies providing halal certification or accreditation, including testing and technical aspects, should be very, very fruitful if you are try to understand this one. In my view, I think it is in line with what Dr. Vinay and I presented this morning on soft powering of halal science, technology, and innovation. Thank you very much for your contribution. The next speaker is Mufti Yusuf Abdul Razak. He is Vice Chairman of National Standard Committee and member of Pakistan Standard Quality Control Authority. His topic is very interesting. That is to say, he's going to present to us halal standardization, current scenario, and future prospects. May I invite Mufti Yusuf to take the floor, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. As you know, my topic is about the halal standardization, current scenario, and future perspective. Here's the outline. I will talk about the explanation of the standardization, some Islamic history, current history and current scenario, and the future. If we look at the meaning and explanation of standardization, you will find a level of quality, something used as a measure, norms, or model in comparative evaluation, or a standard is an ideal or set of criteria that you use to judge things against. So basically, this is the explanation of definition of the standardization. So if we see it's part of our life, it's nothing new. Being a human being, it's part of our nature. With the experience, we learn, and then we standardize the things. If we look at the history of Islam from the hadith and from the history of Khulafai Arba'a, we will find the concept of standardization, and which was actually given in a real shape in the time of Tabi'in or Taba Tabi'in. For example, at the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he visited the market and he found, he put his hand in a food, there was weed actually. So he found his finger wet. So he asked the owner of that shop that what's happened and why didn't you put this wet part, not put it that wet part front of the people, why you put some dry things on it? So he replied that the last night it was rain, so that's why my stock was wet. So I covered it up. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam replied to him that whoever cheats, it's not from me. So with this hadith, we learn that as a Islamic state or as a ruler of a state, you have rights to visit the market, evaluate the market, and issue some regulations to protect the people rights, basically. Another sayings of Hazrat Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu, and his time, he ordered to the business community not to start businesses in Muslim society unless you learn the ethics, values of the Islamic way of business. Because at the end, he mentioned that otherwise, if you did not learn, so I'm afraid that maybe you will be involved taking interest. So by these things, we also learn that, especially today, as in modern world, we are learning, especially whenever we would like to start and run business in any market, we used to learn their regulations, their criteria. So actually, we also found this from the Islamic history. The another example and it's a miracle, I can claim that at the time of collecting ahadith of Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in the first century, that time the tabi'een, they wrote standards from whom we can collect the hadith. What are the requirements? And they gathered more than 300,000 people database. That was manual database written, and here's the one example of the book where you can find. And even in the Islamic history, we find that during the how to write the tafsir, you can find the standardization. And especially when the fiqh jurisprudence was developed, at that time, we can find the best example of fiqh Hanafi when 40 experts from different sciences sat together and developed the guidelines, standards as fiqh to the ummah. And today we are talking about halal and haram. It's only one part of that particular fiqh. Okay, so now let's move to the current history, we can say. Till 1996, what I learned from the experts and from the different sources, that till the 1996, there was practically, yes, the Islamic governments, they were taking care of halal and haram, but there was no particular concept of writing standards and implementation. So that's why there were two types of practices we find. One is state-based standards. So we can find the Malaysian standard. At that time, it was exist. And the second, the different certification bodies, they developed their own halal guidelines or standards, or many of them were, they don't have, like, the things were in their mind and they were applying for that. And during this period, because what I found, even in Pakistan, we developed standards in 2010, but I found the previous oldest Pakistan custom papers where I found some Islamic condition for the prohibition of the import of particular. So I strongly believe, even in the Gulf side as well, they were focusing on the only meat slaughtering that particular area, and they put some conditions for the imports. So the current history, for example, Pakistan actually introduced the first halal standards in 2010, the published one. We call it PS 3733, and that was, it took 5 years to develop. And if we see the Gulf side, they have developed after 2014. And recently in 2019, Turkey, they started using halal standard from by the TSC. So this is the very close history. And after 2014, the Islamic states, Islamic governments, they also developed standards for the accreditation. Before that, there was no accreditation concept. There was maximum recognition concept in Muslim world. So with the help of that accreditation system, the CB's own guidelines and standards actually begin to end, because they have to comply the standards developed by the any state. Okay, so the current scenario. The current scenario is many countries, the Muslim countries especially, they have national standard, first thing, and developed by their local authorities or by the local departments. And according to WTO and the international agreements, yes, every country has rights to develop their own standard, but the challenge and issue is that it's become trade barrier for the business community due to lack of agreement among themselves. Everyone has own standard. So this is that become a big challenge for everyone. But luckily, in 2010, the CIMIC was founded in 2010 and to realizing the upcoming challenge. And because of CIMIC, they invited all the stakeholders, sit together, understand each other, and develop one standard which can fulfill the requirements of each and everyone. And alhamdulillah, it took time, and it's also human nature to accept or trust to any new idea. So it was alhamdulillah accepted. And after 12 years, I'm the witness luckily to see after the hard work of the CIMIC, even, as I mentioned that Pakistan has halal standards since 2010, but this year, Pakistan has adopted 9 CIMIC standards. May Allah reward them because, it was not possible and it took time, but alhamdulillah, the results are started coming out. These are the just list of the standard: general food, conformity assessment, as a brother mentioned, the requirement for the accreditation bodies, halal tourism, supply chain, transportation, warehouse, retail, halal quality management system, and the standard for the food additives as well. And then these standards, we started implementation as well, especially CIMIC 1, CIMIC 2, and the last one, for the additives. The future of standardization, what I can see, it's in 2 different ways it will work. The first thing, the halal standards now begin to be formed at micro level. In the beginning, we used to develop one general guideline and we put supply chain. So from, form to plate or fog, whatever you call, it was covered under it. But after that, the CIMIC 1, for example, as I mentioned, then they go beyond from the general guideline and they develop for the supply chain, gelatin, additives, tourism, halal pharma, cosmetics. So they cover each and every part of the requirements actually, or the industry as we need. And now, recently, the halal packaging, the proposal is also approved. So inshallah, very soon we will see the standard of it. And the second part is the good, alhamdulillah, result. We can see that all Islamic countries, they are coming to CIMIC and giving them idea to develop new standards. So basically, they stopped developing standards at their house. They realized, and now they are coming to the CIMIC for the new development. And as I mentioned, the challenge of the accreditation body, yes, every country has rights to run their own accreditation body, but there was a lack of agreement in between all the Islamic countries. So what I can see, and I hope inshallah very soon, we will see that the CIMIC will provide platform to the all accreditation bodies to sit together and sign the MRA or whatever agreements to accept each other and use the CIMIC standards. In the last, the nature, according to nature, if I'm reading the rules of nature, harmonization, it's very beautiful word, but at some stage, you cannot harmonize something. I cannot change my name. I cannot change my face. I cannot change my identity. It's nature requirement to be unique. So every country has own regulations according to their requirements. Some statutory requirements, they have some fiqh, different opinion. So that challenge will come, but it's not a big challenge. It can be resolved by the making import part of the import policy. So we can, we can resolve those hurdles, what we can see, or we can put the differences in the annexure to protect the harmonization of the one standard. And the name of the future of halal standardization is what I can see according to my own experience, according to my study, what I read, what I feel, that it's only CIMIC is the solution for the Muslim Ummah. Jazakumullahu khair.
Thank you very much, Mufti Yusuf Abdul Razak, for your presentation. And I would like to insist that at the moment, OIC CIMIC have done a lot of things. And this year, during the time of General Assembly of CIMIC, the representative of ISO was invited to take part in the General Assembly. I have a good chance to sit together with him during the lunchtime, and he showed his admiration to Board of Directors of CIMIC, and he agrees to work together with CIMIC in the near future. And of course, the future of halal standards will be very going into, as Mufti Yusuf called, micro level. And if you look into that, you can see that the importance of halal science, technology, and digital infrastructure, which is one of the main soft powering at the moment. This morning I call the way in which we are doing at the moment, I use the term as Dr. Vinay asked me to show, that is the way in which we are going to soft power rising by creating new standard based on science, technology, and innovation. In fact, we have another speaker, but he cannot come on site. So he sent a video presentation to us, but we have no time to present that to you. So we are going to send his video presentation to you all, and because his topic is very interesting. How many halal standards do we need? And we cover all halal sector yet. That speaker is Dr. Muhammad Ali Al-Sheikh, and he is very active in terms of working on that. So his video presentation will present to you all if you today, right? We still have around 10 minutes for question and answer. I may ask about 3 questions from the floor, please. Yes. The first one.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Muhammad Zubaidi, Director of Certification Policy Institute of Halal in Poland. Talking about standard, there are several questions from the clients. It's about ethanol. Ethanol in standard mentioned that it is not allowed in cleaning agent, but it is allowed when we add intentionally in the product, if at the end of the product, at the minimum or at some percentage, there is a limit of the percentage of ethanol. But it is not allowed in chemical agent. How we can explain to the client in this case? Thank you.
Shaki, can you? Or Mufti Yusuf?
Regarding your question, if you see the CIMIC 1, it was written in 2019. It was published in 2019. And the Sharia permission was not written very clearly. So in CIMIC 24, they described very clearly that we have to understand there are two status. One is tahara, like in najasa, and second is halal and haram. So if the ethanol source is from the grapes and dates, it's najis, it's haram, always. But if the source is rather than both, any source, chemically or synthetic or sugar cane, whatever, so it can be used as a, for example, they are using during the development of flavors, right? Extraction. So that particular ethanol is permissible to use as per the requirements. So in 24, they allowed with the specific conditions. So if you request the industry, refer then 24, so they will get the answer. It was actually quite ambiguity in the first standard, so that's why maybe they were confused. So it has some limits, but they can use not as a putting extra flavor. No, this is not permissible, but if something is coming with the flavor, so you know the quantity of flavor in the product, it's very minimum. So it will not cross the limit 0.5, I think so, percent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, please. Any question on tourism at all? Yes.
Actually, which I got from the speakers for Datu Razib. You mentioned about the Muslim women luxury tourism. Could you put a little light on that?
Thank you, Mr. Asad. I'd like to refer to the trend now that in the conventional tourism, you can see that the demand for luxury travel is high. And but again, we have to look into who are those women, and you can see that from the market profile. Actually, you can see that from the Middle East, from Europe, those women. So they want to enjoy the luxury, accommodation, luxury, spa, luxury, wellness. But again, the question, do we have that facilities available in the market? So most of the time, not available, because what has been put into the market are actually for the conventional tourists. So this is one of the key areas, but that we have to look into, because there are a lot of opportunities. Because I just give one example. If a family, they come, they want to go to the hotel, and then it's not a problem to the husband, but to the wife. They travel first class or business class, but they go to the hotel, they want to enjoy. Do you have a spa that cater for upmarket? And they said, we don't have that. So meaning there is a loss in terms of business, but at the same time, there is also opportunity that we have to look into that. This is what I suggested, that this woman luxury areas shouldn't be ignored, because as I mentioned just now, the women travelers is in a big demand now, and even they will travel alone now. Unlike those days, a woman have to be accompanied by the family members, but now because of the trend, they will travel alone. You can ask any of the women, even in this room, that is the trend and they shouldn't be ignored, and we should look into that as an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please. Have you got microphone?
Assalamu alaikum. So this is second time me, Dr. Khurshid Ahmed Sheikh. And I have a question for Dr. Fitriani about the Indonesian. She talked about the halal scenario of 2023 in Indonesia. So do you have any account of the SDG goals for the Agenda 2030? And how, because Indonesia claims the largest Muslim country in the world, if I'm not mistaken, and does these halal standardization and its influence will boost the economic status in uplifting the, we know the currency value is very low, and in terms of economic development, how it will play the role in the next 30 years, next 10 years? My question is related to the agenda of Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. How it will impact the Indonesia to become, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, Indonesia is not claiming itself as the biggest Muslim countries in the world or the biggest Muslim population in the world. It is the statistics stay like that. So we're not claiming that we are the biggest, but it is a fact. It is in reality. We have 237 million Muslim, 87% of the total populations. Even one of the articles said that even the whole country in the middle countries gather in, you know, the whole total population, it will not reach our figure, Indonesian Muslim figure. So the statistics said like that. We're not claiming ourselves like that. Second thing, the Sustainable Development Goals in 2030. Well, as a government employee, you know, as I mentioned earlier, the President Joko Widodo has stated, has instructed his subordinates, including ourselves in the BPJPH, that his vision in 2024, even in 2030, we don't have any blueprint, such a blueprint about the halal, the development of halal industry and ecosystem, for example. We have not yet know about that, haven't yet know about this. But it is closer than that, which is in 2024. So this is a very tough duty, admittedly, because 2024 is very near. I mean, like in a couple of weeks, we are facing the new year of 2023 and then 2024. And perhaps because President Jokowi, you know, Indonesia will experience the next presidential election in 2024. So that's why, that's the reason why he wanted to you know, implement the vision being Indonesia as a global halal hub by 2024. So this is a very, or extremely hard working for BPJPH and other related ministries and government institutions to, you know, implement and to give, even to give halal certificate for domestic products. You know, we have more than 10 million micro and small enterprises I'm sure like you are from Pakistan or India? Pakistan? In Pakistan, for example, or even in Thailand or in Malaysia, in Singapore, you have some sort of sellers, food sellers, for example, on the street.
Street food.
You know, a very small one, and then you know, you want to buy it, you like to buy it, and you know they are Muslim, but they don't have halal certificate yet. And this will be the target of BPJPH.
So, pardon me, is it 1 year sufficient to be the global, at the global level, or it is the perspective for the next years? You are starting from 2023, so it will be the scenario that you have to carry on for or it will be done in 1 year. I'm just mistaken here. Like, I cannot understand.
What?
You said the agenda of Indonesia for the 2023. So is this only for 1 year, or it will be carried out for several years to complete this mission?
The timeline for development of the whole halal industry and ecosystem, you mean?
Yeah, I mean in terms of Indonesian perspective.
Well, talking about halal industry and ecosystem,
yeah,
it's like talking about the whole world.
No, we are not talking about the whole world. Actually, the question is, when you talk about the global, Indonesia want to be at the global level in terms of the halal certification and this and that. So you are talking about the agenda of 2023 only. Is it the only 1 year timeline for this to complete?
No, of course
the mission?
not. Of course not.
She didn't speak like that.
Oh, okay.
Of course not. This is only a title, and we would like to present the nearest year that is going to be happen in a couple of weeks. So this is the very here and now and the urgent situation that we will face, because some of the academicians or researchers said that 2023 will be quite difficult year for either for economics, politics, and so on, globally.
Okay.
So how can we, have this outlook for 2023, particularly for halal industry and ecosystem? Would it have a good future prospect, or vice versa? I'm not talking about Indonesia only have, plan only in 2023. No, not like that.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Okay, in fact, she said 2023 is going to be the so-called paradigm shift of several things, including halal economy as well. So in terms of SDG, of course, we understand strongly that the timeline is in 2030. And in fact, when President Jokowi was in Thailand during APEC, he mentioned about that. I mean, that is big picture of Indonesian in the future. And in fact, the Indonesian paid a lot of intention on green economy. And if you travel to Indonesia, you will touch the real picture on that. So the new, when you sing the term paradigm shift, that means it's going to shift swiftly in everything starting from 2023 next year. From then on, I think that there will be a lot of things change. Okay, now we run out of time. Thank you very much for all questions. Because we run out of time, we have to go to one of the most important events that everyone will touch upon, how important of tourism and halal tourism as well. With this, I will end this.
May I ask, with the permission of chair, I would like one question. There needs some little bit clarity.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Just a short one.
Just one small question. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Dr. Abdul Shah. I'm working as a Director Technical in KP Food Safety and Halal Food Authority, Pakistan. As Mufti Sahab mentioned, the chemical formula of the ethanol is same. Either we will get the obtained from the grapes or dates or some other source, as Mufti Sahab mentioned, dates from the grapes, and from the dates it will be najis and other will be okay. But my question is that I want some clarity. The chemical formula, the final product is same. How some will be the najis and some will be the okay?
There is another concept of Sharia. It's relation, or what we call nisbah. The najis, sometimes it's pure Islamic term. So for that particular term, Sharia put its own conditions. So from the Hadith and from the Quran, we learn that the khamr is the final product of the tamar or inab, like as I mentioned. Besides that, and especially when you are writing the laws extracting from Quran and Hadith, you have to be very focused and you cannot go beyond. So fuqaha, they extract the hukum of the particular khamr which was mentioned in the Quran. They extract two Sharia rules. One is najis and second is haram. But when we are applying, we are doing qiyas. So the other product coming from the sugar cane, if you are making this from the sugar cane, it's not mentioned the name of sugar cane in the Quran. So that's why we cannot put najasa hukum on order on that particular one. But yes, iskar, intoxication, nasha is always haram. So according to qiyas rules, we can apply prohibition for the consumption of both. But we cannot apply the najis hukum on both, because Allah has only rights to declare something najis or not najis. So that is the basically technical reason. That's why we separate hukum of both ethanols.
Thank you very much indeed for all of you for the interesting in this session. We have no time, in fact, so I ask us to take the chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pakon, and thank you, distinguished speakers. I would now request to end this session, and it's time for certificate distribution. I'll request Dr. Vinay Dalan to please come on the stage to distribute certificates to our distinguished speakers. Dr. Vinay. The first certificate would be awarded to Datu Dr. Muhammad Razib Hassan, if you please. Dr. Fertiana Santi, please. Brother Chakri. Mufti Yusuf Abdul Razak Sahab. Thank you very much. I request all the speakers to please come forward for a group photo along with the moderator and Dr. Vinay. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we'll end the session for today. You are again reminded to scan the QR code on the evaluation form. This is very important. And please gather on first floor for tonight's dinner. The bus will leave for the boat at 5:30, and try to sleep early because we have a full day session tomorrow, inshallah. Gathering first floor at latest 5:15, everybody should be there. Thank you very much. Speakers, 5:30 the bus will leave. Yeah.